انت نام هاك. يا كمال، حل الضوء كمال. يا سقم معه. سي بون. اي هو ذي قدمت.
نحكي على هيك شفت تقدم هذا شوية
ليك لا. سي بون. بدنا ننام شوية الغادي. تهنيك. اي جوست قادر ركح معاه في الاكران. سي بون.
Oui.
Hello.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui. Je vous entends.
Monsieur Takeda,
Oui.
c'est votre intervention à quelle heure? Vous voulez intervenir quelle heure exactement? Parce qu'il y a un petit débordement de quelques minutes. Donc, votre intervention à quelle heure exactement?
So when will be your intervention?
10 heures.
Je ne sais pas. Mais
Est-ce qu'on peut vous inviter 10 heures? 10 heures
oui, oui.
après 40 minutes, hein. Donc vous
D'accord.
restez avec nous,
Oui, 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 bien sûr.
on va commencer et par la suite on va vous donner la parole pour présenter. Donc Madame Patricia va présenter, c'est ça?
Oui,
Exactement.
d'accord.
Et
Oui,
vous allez nous donner quelques mots.
oui.
Merci, à tout à l'heure donc, hein.
À tout à l'heure.
Tout à l'heure.
Bonjour. Bonjour mesdames, bonjour monsieur.
Good morning. On behalf of the automotive industry, I'm happy to be that I'm selected to moderate this panel under the name Automotive Sector, Tunisia Strategic Partner in Africa. So we're going to talk about the also Japan in this sector. So we start to invite the panelists. We'll start with the president of the panel, Her Excellency Ms. the Ministry of Industry, Ms. Laila Gonjia. You're welcome. We'll host then Mr. Lamia Loma, Vice President of the Tunisian Association, Automotive Association Tunisia. Mr. Mohammed Mahdi, Vice President of the Tunisian Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Abdel Bast Ghalmi, General Director of FIPA Tunisia. And finally, don't forget to welcome the guests that they are online. Mr. David Kofi, CEO of African Association of Automotive Manufacture, and Mr. Mike Whitefeld, Chairman of Nissan Africa South and Managing Director of Nissan Egypt at Nissan Motor Corporation.
D'un état des lieux.
So a statement, showing the actual position of Tunisia and mainly the African cars. So we would like also to talk about the projects, current projects, and also the projects. So in order to make Tunisia to have a level and logistical cars, a level that can serve Africa. So now giving the floor, getting Mrs. Nabila to speak. Good morning. It's always a pleasure to meet colleagues. So in order to talk about thematics for me that I see that they are very important. And also it's a pleasure to be chair of or to chair a panel that I consider that it is a sector which is very important and a sector that we consider that Tunisia has a big potential for competitiveness and development and a great potential which is opening partnership so between Tunisia, African countries, and since we are still under the TICAD, so I can say that we have a three-party partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, just through my participation today, I would like to confirm once again the interest that we show in Tunisia to development for the industry of cars that we consider one of the major shifts for the economical development and as a locomotive for the national development for industry, and that can play an important role in the continent. So the ambition of our countries, so for the SMEs, it's very big and go beyond the boundaries. And our vision is to give Tunisia the pillars of competitiveness and also advanced technologies, and which is respecting the environment. So for growth and inclusive and sustainable, and this is conformly to national strategy for industry and innovation. So in the horizon are 2035. So this requires, in the context of international competitiveness, the installation of an ecosystem, attractive ecosystem, so mainly for the sectors that have added value and that we identified, and through which we had the cars industries succeeded through its dynamic and all the intervenants, so to have a position, so not only for Tunisia or in Tunisia and also in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of the sector of the cars industry, so it's showing the perspectives of the international markets. So after all the difficulties that we faced through the COVID-19, so which gave us the opportunity to have a growth for the next years, and also it's something that has to do, which is marked by the entrance of exceptional entry of the automotive technologies, and Tunisia through its competitive industry tissue marked by the presence of the local companies that have become known worldwide, like, and through an efficient partnership with the builder of cars, and to develop an competitive industry that can shine in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, so Tunisia, it's registering itself within the competitive and important industries in Africa for cars, and it is and mainly so thanks to the industrial tissue dynamic and competitive industrial tissue. So Tunisia is an important actor so for the value chain in Tunisia. So, and today I can say that in the sector, so we have 280 companies that many percent of them, so they are totally exporting, and we can say that we have a value of exports that go beyond $2.5 billion last year. So, and taking in consideration the importance of this sector, which is very promising and in the industry, so in the based on innovation and a new generation of industry and clean industry and intelligent industry. So the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy, so they with its private partnership, so the elaboration of a PACO partnership PPP for the competitiveness of the car industry, so in the horizon of 2027. So this pact was signed on July the 7th, so under the umbrella of the ministry, the Prime Minister. So, and this will introduce the commitment of the public partners and the private partners, which is in an approach that we wanted to be participatory and to promote the competitiveness of the sector of the car industries in Tunisia. And this will make Tunisia a technological hub and the platform in what comes to the production of electrical cars and autonomous and connected cars, and which is giving and being registered in the objectives of this pact with an action plan and the roadmap elaborated with our partners. So parallelly, so with the development of this sector, so we can have a partnership, strategic partnership, win-win, integrated and mutual with our partners from the African continent. And in this framework, we are registering the realization of this panel, so in order to share together how we can develop a strategic partnership in Africa around this sector, which is very important. I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le ministre de la...
Mr. the Ministry of Industry, for your rich intervention. It's good to hear about these success indicators in Tunisia and the automobile sectors. For time disparities, we're gonna change the definite intervention. I'm asking the hosts if we can we can host the representative, Ms. Patika Katwen, that will share with us the project G Bridge. Mr. Takida, can you hear us? Good morning. You have 7 minutes to present your project. Mr. Ministry, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for this invitation. JETRO is a Japanese intergovernmental society with the objective the exchange with Japan and as well as the foreign investment. We are present at the international and local level with 1676 branches all over the world, also present in Africa. But considering Tunisia, we are operating from Paris. We are sure we are working closely with the Chamba of Japanese Tunisian Chamba. During TICAD 8 of last weekend, JETRO has organized a business forum where Mr. the President of the Tunisian Republic has participated, Mrs. the Prime Minister and Mrs. the Ministry of Industry and Energies, Ms. Konji, as well as the representative of the different Tunisian enterprises. The Prime Ministers and Chief of States has participated in this forum. And there has been a lot of conventions with the other partners, Japanese part. So our Mr. Nakatari, our Minister of Commerce, as well as Mr. Sasaki, have the occasion to meet with Ms. Gonji. During these meetings, the Ms. Minister has asked us to represent our platform within the framework of the TICAD innovations. I would like to thank and express my gratitude to the Tunisian government for their hospitality and for this opportunity. During the last few years, JETRO has concentrated its action on the proximity or making close relationship with the Japanese enterprise and the African ones. And so far, JETRO for the research and development is working so hard in Africa. So Japanese has accelerated the digitalization of its economy and the environmental challenges has pushed the government to raise their ambitions and the matter of decarbonization. The Japanese enterprises all over the continent has accelerated the IT technology in order to accelerate the development of startups. JETRO has put in place the platform that we are talking about now. Ms. Minister has underlined during our meeting that the human resources, the well-qualified human resources in Tunisia and the IT development in Tunisia is a good advantage for the cooperation. And I would like that you will be interested in our platform and be involved in that. However, I give the floor to my colleague to explain the context or the platform itself. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Patricia Cohen. So we go to the presentation, please. Okay. No, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chikide, ladies and gentlemen. So good morning. Can you see the presentation? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Patricia Cohen. I'm in charge of investment in GITCO Paris. And here I'm talking about the exchange between the Japanese companies and foreign companies. It's what comes the G Bridge, G for Japan. So the Gbrid, it's a trade platform which made to favorite the coordination between the companies and the exchange between the foreign and Japanese companies. So the COVID crisis changed the mentality in the big companies in Japan, and it gave to go to look for innovations and initiatives in abroad. So for that, so we have the projects that's why, so in order to have digitalization and for the environment, so this situation created opportunities for the foreign companies. So you can see in this slide, so the sectors that are giving more more attractive opportunities in Japan, so the gene tech, so autonomous cars, and also fintech. So for us, how it works, this platform works. So we can say that there are 735 Japanese companies looking for foreign startups, so in order to develop strategic cooperation with the companies, Japanese companies. So today, so we can say many so foreign companies benefited from this. This is how things go. So through webinars, so go even through jour or through a local actor, or through a request by a Japanese member to have the Gbridge platform. So, and we have audience of so the adherents, so they have a form, so in order to join, and they can be put in relationship with the companies that they would like to go through. And so the Japanese adherent of Gbridge so can show the give the account so for the foreign companies, so through the webinar, so and they can show a project of collaboration, so through online format that they can receive during the webinar. So for the criteria, so for the foreign companies, so in order to register in this platform, so the startup or the company, they can they need to show innovating solution, and that needs to meet the neutrality of carbons, and also they show requests of collaboration with a Japanese company. So and as said by Mr. Takeda, so for Tunisia, so it will be then they will load the profile of the Tunisian startups. So this information, they will be downloaded, so on the communication side dedicated to Japanese adherents of Gbridge, and afterwards, so they can have online appointments, and then they will get in contact with these Tunisian startups. So you understood, so the Gbridge benefits, so they are for the foreign startups and the Japanese companies, and they can so I can give you, so I know we are over the time, I can give you more minutes. So I wanted to say that since we are with you today, so Gbridge, so they are trying to cover African countries, and also we would like to inform that we went through the AfriTaCast of G Paris, so to do the pitch. So I'm not going to go longer. So this slide, so you can see it, and it will be distributed. So just to say that the persons so of Jitro Paris, so they can so his name is Tomoko Watanabe. So he can answer your questions, and you can send us all your requests. So thank you very much for your attention. So I just wanted to say hello. So so Mrs. Watanabe just wanted to say hello. So can you see us? Thank you so much. So we applaud Mrs. Patricia and Jitro Paris for their participation. So Mrs. Watanabe is with us. Thank you. Bye bye. Okay, bye.
Now we're gonna go to Nissan Motors Corporation, and because of the problems of time, so
we are very pleased to have with us and among us today someone from Nissan Motor Corporation, Nissan which has invested in multiple industrial plants in Africa, in different countries, not yet Tunisia, but maybe one day. So we are pleased to have with us online Mr. Mike Whitefield, the managing director of Nissan South Africa, Egypt, South Africa and Nissan Egypt. Hello, Mr. Mike.
Good morning and greetings to Your Excellency and all honored guests, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to join you today. I think what is important, and I know my colleague Dave Coffey will be talking shortly after me, is to really emphasize how we as a global auto manufacturer see Africa, and Africa particularly in the automotive sector. If we look at Africa today from an automotive industry, total production runs just on 1 million, 1.1 million. But that production is really only coming from three key countries, and that's Morocco, South Africa, and Egypt. And the real potential is to ensure that the value chain spreads throughout Africa. Going forward, we see by 2035, the potential of the African market reaching close to 3.5, 4 million, possibly even 5 million. But the one thing that is certain is we all see Africa as the last frontier for automotive growth. And from a Nissan point of view, and also from the Africa Auto Manufacturers Association, which I represent and Dave will be covering just now, the key drivers to really ensure that as Africa, we can realize and participate in that growth and that value chain. And remembering automotive brings a very important, from not only job creation, but skills creation in the value chain, is that a few things. One is that the work that has already started and moving forward on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement does get to the point of finalizing the rules of origin, rules which everyone is looking at the moment, and that we see automotive becoming an integral part of one of the pillars of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. To support that, automotive will not, as a global OEM, will not attract the investments and activities unless there is a very strong strategy and vision and automotive policy led by and developed between government and private sector. That is very important because automotive is a long-term investment. I think a very good example are Morocco and South Africa, which have had a long history of automotive policy and strategy, and we look at where they are today in terms of automotive production. Egypt, which has only recently announced the move to a automotive policy and strategy, will no doubt soon follow in terms of the growth. And I believe countries such as Tunisia, where you all are today, certainly has an incredible opportunity, considering its location, considering the potential the country offers, to also participate in the creation of that value chain. We certainly, from a Nissan perspective and from a AAAM perspective, are committed to working with any government and industry stakeholders in countries who would like to see how a sustainable automotive industry can be developed. And Dave Coffey will touch on that just now. But the key message that I want to leave you with today is today, Africa manufactures and enjoys a very small part of the total potential of the automotive value chain in Africa. And going forward, when we look at the future potential of the Africa auto industry and auto market, it is critical that we all work together to ensure that Africa gets a far greater benefit of the total TIV that we foresee in the future, which, as I said, can be anything up to 5 million by 2035. And there's very few, in fact, there's no other continents in the world that will, or automotive geographical market areas that will see growth in that type of TRV. So our commitment from the AAAM is to certainly work with those countries that are interested in developing an automotive value chain. And from a Nissan perspective, we are totally committed to Africa. We are currently the only global OEM who has 100% investment in 2 plants, both north and south in Africa, and are working with partners in DKD assembly operations in various countries in Africa. But we're committed.
Mr. Mike, sorry, but the time is up. You still have an additional 3 minutes, let's say.
No, that's fine. I'm actually coming to the end now. But I think the key part is as I say, let's ensure that we all work together to ensure that Africa can participate in the value chain that automotive offers in what is seen by all manufacturers, including us, as the last frontier of automotive growth. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. and gentlemen. Thank you for warmly applauding Mr. Mike. Maintenant, on passe à la TAA. La TAA, c'est la Tunisian Automotive Association, qui est le toit qui réunit la communauté industrielle automobile tunisienne et qui est éventuellement très bien placé pour comprendre et analyser les enjeux de ce tissu industriel automobile. La TAA sera présentée par sa vice-présidente, Madame Loumi Mariam. Vous avez 15 minutes.
You have 15 minutes, Mrs. Mariam. Your Excellency, Mrs. the Minister of Industry, Mr. Dave Kofi, Mr. Mike Whitfield, the Managing Director of Nissan Africa, Mr. Mohammed Mahdi, from the Tunisian Japanese Chamber of Commerce, the representative. She's speaking in English.
Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. So for our international speakers, and because it's an international event, I will speak English, and I hope you won't be too mad at me. So when we talk about the challenges of the automotive industry, we hear many things on the news, and okay, we all lived COVID crisis. We all suffer the consequences of the war in Ukraine, the semiconductors shortage, the crazy prices of the raw materials, the transportation, and so many things that have been deeply disrupted worldwide lately. I mean, our entire environment is completely messed up. On m'entend pas bien. Merci. But yet, all these challenges are not the biggest challenge that the automotive industry is facing at the moment. As you know, we have since Paris Agreement. You hear also of global warming, climate change, and this is actually forcing us to reconsider completely the way automotive exists. By 2050, we have to aim for carbon neutrality, which is a completely crazy challenge if we're talking about automotive. How does it go? You have regulations that are imposed to car manufacturers and that impact the entire value chain. For car makers, basically, you need to have cars that will reduce the CO2 emission and hopefully be carbon neutral. So this goes through the innovative product by itself. But to have an innovative product, it will not be enough, and you'll not reach zero CO2 emission with that only. So what you have also to work on is your production process. It's recycling, it's using renewable energies, and optimizing everything you can in order to reduce your CO2 footprint to the maximum extent. And the third point, which is last but not least, and which impacts us directly here, is that you also have to transpose all this effort over the entire value chain. The entire supply chain has to apply the same. So it is needed to focus on innovation, to improve your products, to improve your processes, and to aim for sustainability. And tomorrow, if you want some markets in the automotive industry, it will be the necessary condition. And this is why we're working more and more on this in Tunis, and I would like to thank again the support of our government for that. We are in a world where the whole mobility is completely changed. The future of mobility will be electric, connected, shared, autonomous, and powered by renewable energy. In Tunisia, we have a lot of potential for that, and I will now introduce briefly our sector and what we are doing for this and the importance of the role that we can play in this future of the automotive industry. So I would like to present Tunisia as a success story in aligning with these requirements and in the continuous effort in order to abide to these standards. First of all, some of you might not know it, but we are a regional innovation champion. Indeed, Tunisia is recognized by several rankings and international institutions as being an innovation leader, either in North Africa or sometimes even for Africa itself. Whether it's about the way we promote our startups, or the way, or in the concentration of researchers in the country, about the skills and the talents that we have in the country, and all of this managed to have a very solid innovation and talent pool oriented. Now, few key words about this sector that is so essential to our economy. The automotive sector in Tunisia, it's around 280 companies. It's over 90,000 employees. It is one of the most important sectors in terms of employment. It's around 2.4 billion euros of exports in 2021 with an average growth rate of 10%. And it's also 40% of Tunisia total exports or for the automotive sector. It is 4% of the country's GDP. When we talk about our exports, 65% are actually on international markets. 65% of the companies are actually operating on international markets, with Germany as destination for 37%, France 21%, Romania 12%, and Italy 11%. Not to say that, unfortunately, we don't mention Africa here. And it is definitely something on which we have to work and that we have to develop. Mike had the opportunity to talk a bit about the automotive sector, the car manufacturing sector in Africa. Dave will also speak widely about this topic. In Tunisia, we're very present for components. We're an equipment manufacturer, but we need to reinforce the cohesion and we need to integrate. I mean, historically, we have developed that for Europe, mainly for the European market. But we have a new challenge, which is Africa, and on which we need also to find our place. So the automotive sector in Tunisia represents several segments. You have mainly mechanical parts, I mean at 42%, but a sector that we hear also a lot about is electrical wiring and harnesses, because it's also one of the major employers. We also have a very important production of plastic component, but also spare part, electronics, and even textile. You can see quickly. I will not explain all the slides in details because we're already late, I think, so we need to speed up. But basically, you can have here a good overview of the value chain of the automotive industry and see that we are very present as we have a lot of tier 1s, tier 2, and tier 3 suppliers. But we also have some production assembly, distribution, and the necessary maintenance that goes with it. The only segment that is not represented is car manufacturing. This is another way to show it, but basically what we have here, we are able to localize around 42% of local integration rate. Here are the major OEMs that actually buy their parts from Tunisia. Some of you might not know it, but most of these cars are equipped with material that actually comes from Tunisian companies. We are also extremely present on the global trends that were mentioned earlier, such as the electromobility and the connectivity. Here you can see some of the activities that we have present in Tunisia. Here are some success stories that we have. So you have Actia, which is a French investor installed in Tunisia and that works on developing the telematics and e-mobility solutions for OEM leaders worldwide. And all of this being developed by Tunisian talents. Because they find the right engineers, they find the right skills, and it works pretty well for them here. Leoni, which is historical investor in Tunisia and the first employer in the automotive industry, and I think even in Tunisia, in the private sector. And they develop here even electric cars, for those who were not aware. In Tunisia, we produce the parts for the cars of tomorrow. This is very important to remind. You have Focus also, that's a Tunisian company with Tunisian talents developing smart antenna software in partnership with Continental and Parrot. We have a lot of technical partnerships with international companies and institutions. Coffee Cab also, which is a Tunisian success story, a worldwide leader in its sector, which is the design, manufacturing, and sales of automotive cables for the automotive industry, and mainly producing a wide range of cable on electromobility, connectivity, autonomous driving, weight and space reduction, and on all the new trends aiming for carbon neutrality. Tunisia is also a compelling destination renowned by the top automotive players. We actually, over the last 3 years, despite all the hurdles, we actually registered 13 new investments in Tunisia. Either new, actually greenfield investments, but also extensions of players who are here. In terms of competitiveness, okay, this is a slide that we see a lot. I mean, the historical advantage of Tunisia is its competitivity. But what we say too less, and that's why I emphasize on this today, is the talent of its people, because it's a pool of competences at the best cost, and this is what is making the success of Tunisia. It is also, geographically speaking, a strategic location as gateway between Europe and Africa, and also sub-Saharan Africa. Tunisia is part of many trade agreements, of course, several with the European Union, but we're also a member of the COMESA, the CAFTA, but also the African, we are working a lot also and very involved in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that will hopefully revolutionize the African market and allow us to take a bigger part in the African automotive market. And also les accords d'Agadir. So as I already mentioned, we have a skilled pool of talent and a renowned higher education. We have more than 8,000 new engineers every year. According to the UNESCO, I will not show everything, but there is an indicator that I appreciated. According to the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, tertiary students in Tunisia are most likely to graduate in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These are sectors where the Tunisian competency is recognized and valued. In terms of proportion of graduates, actually Tunisia ranks even better than some of the biggest European countries. And we also have a mechatronic cluster and a full innovation ecosystem that you heard of, I think, over the last days during this event. Now, as we don't have much time, I will just quickly focus on some projects, some strategic projects for the country that I would like to mention. I will be very quick before you tell me I don't have time. So basically, the TAA is the voice of the Tunisian Automotive Association, is the voice of the Tunisian automotive industry. We gather all the interest of the sector and try to promote exchanges, to promote the sector. And over the last years of crisis, this was very appreciated by all stakeholders. Here you can see our 80 members, where you can see clearly that you have a lot of local champions, but also many big names of international companies. What is very specific to Tunisia is that most of these companies are managed by Tunisian competencies. And this is not the case in all the other countries where they are established. We have a strong automotive culture in Tunisia, and we have a good potential to develop and to grow over the region. So one of the projects I wanted to talk about, it's the Pact for the Competitiveness of the Automotive Industry in Tunisia that was signed by Her Excellencies, the Minister of Industry, last month, which is a private-public partnership that was signed and aiming to develop an automotive ecosystem over 30 private-public actions shared over 5 principal axes, which are infrastructure, regulatory framework, employment and training, research and development, and visibility and image, because we need to work on these 5 axes in order to create the appropriate ecosystem for the future of the automotive industry. The other project that I want to mention, and I will finish with that, is TAMA. TAMA is the Tunisian Automotive Management Academy. It's a project that was facilitated and that could be possible thanks to the great support of the GIZ. The Pact was also a project thanks to the GIZ, by the way. So TAMA, basically, we need to improve the qualifications of some middle management competencies sometimes in the automotive sector. It is needed to have specific training to the automotive industry in order to develop our management. And this is what TAMA aims to do. And it's important to mention that this project, this very strategic project, could be very interesting for other countries in the region as well as, and especially for other African countries. But we're even thinking of Europe. We're very ambitious. But we're actually working on gaining some international certifications that would allow us to allow other companies to reach the appropriate standards to be able to supply the automotive industry. We also have future perspectives and many ambitions on which we are currently working. So we're working a lot, we're preparing many projects about the sustainability in order to support Tunisian companies to decarbonize, to use more renewable energies, to recycle, and to start also the global reporting that is becoming mandatory worldwide. We also work a lot on implementing a new project of startup incubators for the automotive industry. We're also developing a source book, and again, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that is so essential for our market. So, thank you again for your attention.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lumi, Vice President of the TIA, for this rich presentation. There is a lot of effort that has been done for the consolidation of these data and of these indicators in this sector, automotive sector. In fact, what the TIA is doing in Tunisia, the IM is doing in Africa, but in a more macro scale. It's the Afro Association of Automotive Manufacturers. We're going to host online, and it's Representative Mr. David Coffey. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. David.
Morning. Am I coming through clearly?
Okay, so today we are looking to know more about the African Association of Automotive Manufacture, your vision, activities, membership, and of course the current industrial African situation, and kindly to explain what are the key drivers to ensure the industrial growth in Africa. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear. The Honourable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dave Coffey. I'm responsible for the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers. I would just like to share with you the vision for Africa and the huge opportunity that we have to drive intra-Africa production and trade on the back of industrializing the automotive sector. I'm just going to share my screen now. Can you see that?
Yes.
So our vision is to industrialize and grow the automotive sector in Africa. And we do this by working with African governments to develop and implement automotive policies and ecosystems that will attract investment from the global OEMs and component manufacturers and necessary service providers that will unlock the economic potential of Africa. And very, very important in this journey is the regional dynamics, because not every country can assemble vehicles. Countries need to find their place in the automotive value chain, that they can sustainably compete, and some of that was discussed in the previous presentations. So our members are global OEMs, component manufacturers, and service providers that add value to the automotive ecosystem and that believe in Africa. I'm very proud that I can say that the Tunisian Automotive Association is a member of AAAM, along with JETRO, who have both been on the panel. So let's look at the current status of Africa and the automotive sector. Africa plays a very limited role, and if we just start with production, we are just over 1% of global production for new vehicles. And I put that in perspective because we are 17% of the world's population. But let's focus on the production. As Mike said, it's Morocco and South Africa that have significant automotive manufacturing capability, followed by Egypt. And if Morocco last year produced 400,000 vehicles, South Africa did 499, and clearly growing post-COVID, and Egypt produced 100,000 vehicles. Other than that, there's a lot of fragmented, semi-knockdown production across Africa, and that's something we need to change with this vision. So if we just look at the global demand, also very small, the demand in Africa last year, Mike said, was 1.1 million new vehicles. That's commercial and passenger vehicles and excludes motorcycles. And it's broken down in the bottom left-hand corner, where you can see North Africa, 548,000 vehicles, the Southern African Customs Union, just over 400, And in sub-Saharan Africa, with this very small demand for 83,000 new vehicles. Now, there's 44 countries involved in sub-Saharan Africa. So what is clearly transpiring there at the moment is there's significant demand for used imported vehicles. Over 80% of vehicles there are used. And we believe that in Africa, more than 3 million used vehicles are imported every year. That number is not defined and there's no records about that. So that's a huge opportunity, which you will see when we predict the future demand. And some of two of the challenges I want to raise in Africa are many countries have no standards on vehicles, on spare parts. There's also a lack of asset-based vehicle finance for people to access and to procure vehicles. So those are some of the challenges that we are dealing with in policy development on the continent. So let's reflect on India and what they did. If you look back, India and Africa have a similar population, and these figures are 2018, but I know that in Africa last year it was 1.1 billion vehicles, and in India had a demand for just under 4 million, and that excludes their motorcycles. And they've done this by introducing the right industrial policy. So we can do it in Africa, and this is a clear example. So let's reflect. Mike mentioned 5 million new vehicles. That is our vision, is to increase the new vehicle market in Africa from 1.1 to 5 million. And I'll share with you the key drivers on a later slide. And this requires the implementation of effective policies and ecosystems. And we see this happening in a number of steps. The first step is for countries to develop their own policy, which are compatible but different depending on a country's circumstances. Then in step 2, and in this situation, you have Tunisia, which is a hub for component manufacturing and innovation already, whilst most of the other markers we put on there are assembly hubs in the making. Step 2 is for the regions to support the hub assemblers to get regional integration on component manufacturing and assembly, which is important, because it's important that the component makers in the region support the demand from the hub assemblies to get growth. Step 3 in Africa, we see that these hubs in the quadrants of Africa will trade vehicles and components. The CEOs, our member CEOs, are very clear in their understanding of the future, is that they will produce only one model in one location, CKD in Africa, and trade it within ultimately the duty-free structure. Now, there's an opportunity to accelerate the reduction in duties on trading vehicles and components in terms of what industrial partnerships agreements. We'll work on those, because at the moment the rules of origin are not agreed on autos. It may take a little bit longer. In the meantime, we'll proceed, we will chase after industrial partnership agreements to get that to accelerate. So we see a big opportunity within the AFCFTA, which is on the step 4 of the integrated single market. So I want to cover the key drivers to enabling this vision, because there are some challenges. And the first one is the political willingness. The political willingness to legislate and implement a progressive automotive policy. I mentioned in Africa, there's up to 3 million or more vehicles imported. And many of them are not to the right standard. Many of them are not roadworthy. And Africa does serve as a dumping ground for used vehicles. And we need to change that. And this is where the pushback comes in these countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where there are very big lobby groups that don't want the status quo to change. But it's not going to stop the used vehicle economy. It's part of the ecosystem. And in South Africa, for every new vehicle sold, 2 used vehicles are sold. It's a fundamental part. It's just the source that we see changing over time, where used vehicles will ultimately come from vehicles assembled in Africa that are maintained, that have residual value, and that actually attract affordable vehicle finance. It's important when a country attends to a policy development, that it doesn't look at its own country as alone. This is not about import substitution, this vision. This is about production and trade. It's about looking at the opportunity of the AFCFTA, and that's at the heart of auto policy development. It's important we view it like that. The architecture of these policies is critical. We do promote production and trade, and you've got 4 economies, South Africa and Morocco and Ghana, who implemented a policy in March 2020, and soon to be Egypt, where the policy allows for vehicles to be manufactured at volume, and what we propose is limited models, so you get scale and you export. Supply your country, your region, and export, and then import the multiple models duty-free on a balanced equation. That is production. That really facilitates the scale, which allows us to be competitive. And those are the policy architecture that we're rolling out right now. And auto policy, it's important. It's not just a measure of incentives. It's actually an integrated ecosystem, which consists of not only the incentives, but also the skills development, the infrastructure, the market facilitation, the supplier development, and so on. It's an integrated ecosystem, which is important. If one implements just an incentive program, it's not going to work. It needs the other support infrastructure, because the next point there I have is development of regional value chains. In many countries in Africa, the manufacturing base is extremely weak. And it's about how do we actually bring in the capability. And that's what we're doing, for example, in Ghana. We facilitated 5 study tours of existing component manufacturers into Ghana. They've just launched their new program, and we've introduced these existing component manufacturers who supply OE to the market, to potential partners. They may be in oil and gas or other industries, because there's no automotive component manufacturing, and met the assemblers, the government, and given them exposure. That's what we want to do across Africa. We want to bring people to Tunisia. We'd like to invite Tunisian component manufacturers to come visit Africa and come and explore the opportunity, see how one can get involved and actually develop Africa and obviously enjoy the benefits of that growth. What we see happening in Africa is we see a strong drive towards transformation of raw materials. In discussions that we have with Council of Ministers, engagements with Afrexim Bank, who we are close partners, we see that countries are exploring now transforming the mineral reserves we've got, like cobalt and copper, just to name two. And you have the revolution of powertrain coming on, and new electric vehicles, new energy vehicles. And I've seen feasibility studies in the making now to manufacture batteries in Central Africa. And that's going to happen more and more. Countries are going to stop just exporting raw materials, and there's a massive opportunity for value addition in Africa. And it's important that these value chains are developed that support hub assemblers and in turn take demand off the hubs. It's critical that we develop the value chains across Africa that support production and trade. The third element that's critical is demand creation. If we don't develop the demand, we're not going to get scale. And that scale drives industrialization, integration, deeper localization. So some of the measures to do that is we need to develop innovative mobility solutions. And interesting enough, Rwanda's done some very good work there. You don't need to own a car. You can share a car, you can lease a car, you can hail a car. And you will see a lot of that, I believe, developing across Africa. And that creates an own industry for itself. Develop affordable finance packages and get access to finance easier. It's a challenge across Africa today, and this will enhance the demand. I've mentioned that not everyone can afford a new vehicle. That's clear, but getting affordable finance for a used car that's actually roadworthy is a very good option than buying a car that may be coming in used, not roadworthy. We've got to pay cash for that. So it's important we develop the regional and continental demand. As we drive these relationships between countries through an IPA or ultimately through the free trade area, that will create demand and give us the scale. The time for Africa is now. And over years, we've been talking about the emerging middle class, urbanization, low motorization, but not much has changed. But what's happening now is that you have strong collaboration between partners. We have this discussion that's transpiring, and we have it across the continent. We have the AFCFTA Secretariat that's leading industrialization in automotive as well as other sectors. We are party to those discussions. We are developing, and we have developed a draft continental strategy for automotive, an implementation plan. That was developed by AAAM, by the African Union, by the Secretariat, Afrexim Bank, ARSO, which is the Standards Authority, and UNECA. That has been shared with all African countries in July at the Council of Ministers meeting and senior trade officials. It's now being deliberated on, and the feedback will be received in September. That's a first. You have the Secretariat driving industrialization. You have a strong private sector getting together to actually want to make this happen. You're getting associations like the VDA, the German Automotive Association, that's a partner of ours in Africa. You have 12 private sector associations related to automotive that signed a memorandum of understanding to drive the industrialization of the auto sector. They signed this memorandum to TAA, Tunisian Automotive Association, as part of that, as is AAAM, from Europe and Africa. That's also a first, to actually identify initiatives which will enable this vision to take place. So there's a growing private sector. There's a growing collaboration between countries. Countries are coming forward to us and saying, we want to find our role in this value chain. That is the right discussion to be had, as opposed to saying every country wants to assemble a vehicle. And this is complementary. And we need to be complementary at the start as volumes grow. So there's huge opportunity. As Mike said, this is the last frontier. It's clear that by working together and actually having a clear strategy, we are going to be able to realize this vision. And lastly, I would just like to share, so what key policy development is happening right now across Africa? And you'll get a sense of these hubs are developing. So Ghana approved its auto policy in March 2020. The final provisions regarding used cars and duties are being implemented in September now. And you already have semi-knockdown production of VW vehicles, Toyota and Nissan. And by the end of the year, you also have Hyundai, Kia and Isuzu taking place in Ghana. We are driving initiatives with the government to develop vehicle asset-based financing. There's a strong focus on that, and that's in the interest of creating demand. These demand enhancers are very important in these emerging economies. Then Côte d'Ivoire, a neighbor to Ghana. The experts have just been commissioned by the government. It's our policy experts to research and develop an auto policy for components and vehicles. And that will be completed by November. And that will be very interesting to see the complementarity that comes out of that research, so that the countries complement and support the development of demand. Nigeria, a very big economy, 200 million people, haven't implemented a policy previously, even though they were close to doing that. They are currently reviewing their policy. KPMG are doing that, and that will be complete in September. And we will certainly support Nigeria to implement that policy. And then Egypt. Mike touched on Egypt earlier. They announced a policy in June this year. Parliament's expected to approve that in early October, and you will see a rapid implementation in Egypt, because Egypt is well industrialized, as we know. Egypt has a lot of potential.
Mr. David, sorry, could you please accelerate, because you have only 3 minutes, additional 3 minutes. Time is over.
Thank you. And lastly, Kenya. Kenya has approved a policy in May this year, and an automotive council will be formed to implement that policy. So that just gives you a sense of some dynamic policy development and review of policy that's taking place right now in the various quadrants of Africa, including, I haven't touched on Morocco and South Africa, which are well developed. So we're on a journey. It's actually happening. I believe the structures are in place to deliver on this. And it's important we integrate Africa into the global automotive industry, and the OEMs and component manufacturers are committed to that. So I welcome the opportunity. Thank you to present our vision, and I look forward to working particularly with Tunisia in the integration in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you for applauding warmly, Mr. David, for his intervention, rich of information. Could you please stay with us online until the end of the panel, maybe for further questions? Maintenant, on passe
Now, so we go to the Tunisian Japanese chamber represented by Mr. Mohamed Mahdi. Could you please applause Mr. Mohamed Mahdi? So the mic is not working. Your Excellency, Mrs. The Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy, Mr. Abdelbast Ghanmi, the General Manager of FIPA, Mrs. Munira Mariam Loumi, so the Deputy President of the FIPA. So, dear colleagues, so they invited me today to make the link between TICAD 8 and to talk about Japan, and I choose as a theme today to talk about the cars industry in Japan with a perspective, global perspective. So for many reasons. So because today it's an industry which is being industrialized, so we will talk about Africa, and we cannot talk about Africa and Tunisia. We need also to talk about Japan in the world, so in order to put ourselves in the position, so in Japan. They have a technical glitch. They are trying to fix it. Is it still not working? They have a technical issue with the clicker, so they are trying to fix the clicker. So, thank you so much. So with with 7.8 million of parts produced each year. So today is Japan is third in the world, so after China and USA, with part of the market of 9.8%. So this figure doesn't take in consideration some of the instruction, the production made in Japan and outside Japan. So we can. So here we are having the vehicles of Japan, so which is 7.8 millions. On outside of the 1880 millions. So Mrs. Lumi developed the context so through which the sector has been through. So the after COVID context, and in the graphics you are being displayed, so you see the variation of the production, so between 2019 and 2020, so with the also a little bit from 2021. So the China for information, so it's producing 26 millions of units, against 29 million of units, so for USA. So the activity, so for the Japanese has known a growth so during the last years, so outside the Japan, so the production in Japan, so we can see the statistics, so for the last 10 years was stagnating, so it hasn't it was stable, so it hasn't known many changes. So the exports from Japan so towards other countries, they have known a stagnation. So for development of the Japanese builders, so have been outside Japan, and today we can say, so in 2020, so for the latest statistics, so the production, so for the Japanese builders, so it has known so a big amount, and these figures are showing the importance of the Japanese builders so in the sector, and these activities so they are continuing growing, so in order to tackle the local markets. So the actual the current activity, so it's trying to grow, so in order to tackle all the markets, and that's why though we have seen in the it has been observed, so in emerging countries, starting from East Asia, and today, so the Japanese, so they are looking at Africa with interest, so for the perspectives, so in order to be there. So we can see that the production, Japanese production, is trying to move. So they are leaving. It left Japan to go away. So now we can see, so that the Japanese construction is trying to be present in our country and to give opportunities, very important, very interesting opportunities. So now you're seeing in this slide. So in the slide, so you can see the map and the geographical position of the Japanese builders. So in our region, so for a production of 153,000 units in Africa, so the production is concentrated in the countries that have been mentioned by so the former speakers, so South Africa, Morocco, and lately in Kenya. So just to say that Kenya has developed a lot, so relationship with Japan after TICAD 6, so and the results were very favorable, and I hope that Tunisia can profit from better performances. So and also, so the Japanese production is present in Japan, in USA, and South America, in Europe also. So in their politics, the Japanese constructors, so they are with the globalization of the economy, so the Japanese they adapted themselves to different markets, not only for the production and also to deal with the international and local builders. So that's why they made a lot agreements, and they allied with many partners, with operators, local operators, with whom they develop business in the concerned countries. So these partnerships, so they are taking many forms. They can be technological partnerships, and for research and development, production, distribution, and partnership. So for in the capital or in shares. But Japan has also actors of origin parts, very important actors. So the the most important 100 spare parts, so they in the world, so they are Japanese, and we can say that and they are making 110 billions of dollars, so in 2020. And how I'm highlighting the importance of these actors that are targeted by the actors of the car sector in Tunisia. So the providers of spare parts, origin spare parts in Japan, so they are accompanying. So the builders of cars, international builders of cars, so they are following the same tendencies of growth of the car builders. So in this list we have two actors that are present in Tunisia, Yazaki and Subitu, and I hope that we will have other actors, and they are dealing with all the components of the sector. And we can see that that these actors are concentrated on Asia, which is representing 60% of their activities, and they have 10% of activities in Europe, and 6% so, of activities so outside North Africa, Europe, and Asia. So how the Japanese choose their destination, and this is which is interesting us. So the first thing is which is attracting Japan or the Japanese in their choice is the market potential. So this is the first thing they look at. The second is the market size. The third is so the number of the trade partners. So the fourth one is profitability. So so natural resources, the existence of the Japanese grants. And also it's very important to see what the Japanese they feared the most. So after, so this is a survey made by the JPO. So I can say they are feeling the non-application of the legislations, and they can Tunisia will be judged. So depending on these aspects, so if we would like to develop business with the Japanese. So also they are feeling the political stability and social stability. So the risks linked to funding and financing, and also the exchange rate. So the issues of the work force and employment, and also the risks linked to the international exercises. And we can see here that the question of costs, it's not a criteria that is which is ranking first for choices, to make a choice for the Japanese. As I said, so the car builders in Tunisia, Japanese car builders, so they're present in Tunisia, so they are here like Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Suzuki and Isuzu, but for the production, so the Japanese actors, so they are only present so in making equipment. So we hope that we will have marks that they will develop in Tunisia, and this will profit for Tunisia. Why? But we have two actors, so Yazaki and Sumitomo. So they are employing 1,500 persons. So Tunisia, so they received so many delegations, Japanese delegations, so on the TICAD. So to facilitate the challenge. So through the reforms and the business environment, and also the African market, which is boosted by the habits of consumption and the economical growth that has been mentioned by my colleague, which is an opportunity which is opening to the Tunisian actors. I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, so I'm here. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed Mahdi, the Deputy President of the Japanese Tunisian Trade Chamber. So now I'm tackling the last idea, so for the automotive industry, so which is trying to see the incitation of the Tunisian state and the advantages, so in order to facilitate the development of the cars sector, so in Tunisia. And then so in order to have the first bridge so in Tunisia, so we have the first Mr. Abdelbast Ghanmi, so the General Director of FIPA. Mrs. Leila Gounji, so the Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. Mrs. Mariam Loumi, so the Deputy President of Tunisia Automotive Association. Mr. Mohammed Mahdi, so the Deputy Minister of the Tunisia Japanese Trade Chambers. So good morning to our panelists and participants online. So my presentation will be in English, and I will comment in English, and I will comment it in French. So I will ask my intervention into aspects. So after the intervention of the minister, the minister and Mrs. Lumi, that they give information on the sector of cars and their access of the assets of Tunisia and the advantages comparative advantages of Tunisia. So in the component of cars, I can start by giving hands on the international investments. So in what comes,
Tunisia maintains its position as attractive site for the foreign investment with more than 800 foreign enterprises offering more than 400,000 jobs. We have a long story with the foreign investors since the 1990 that they are still developing, although a decrease in 2020, where we have more than 20,000 transactions. This is the creation of several jobs. So the main investors on Tunisia, as you can see, Japan is the top 10 of foreign investors. It's too important to underline that although the limited number of enterprises, although some 20 enterprises, but very important investment in terms of amount and quality of investment and sustainable investment. What are the advantages and the strength of Tunisia in the investments? Mainly the proximity. We are a market close to big markets, although a limited size of 12 million inhabitants, but Tunisia is well positioned to serve external markets, especially the European one, and especially the African market. It's a relay market. We are like a bridge with Africa, with a historical relationship with sub-Saharan Africa, and we try to reinforce our integration the last few years towards other regions of Africa, especially Eastern and South Africa. The second factor, which I think is very important, especially for the external investors, Tunisia has a lot of talents, highly qualified. Which is very important that the foreign investors are sure to have the necessary skills for their jobs, and Tunisia has approved and know-how and qualifications very important. Tunisia is also the best country, most competitive country in matter of cost of employment, so that have the availability of human resources, and it's available to provide the best costs. There is a benchmark of Tunisia, as you can see, a benchmark Tunisia with different countries, especially countries that they are highly seen by the investors and benchmarked by the foreign investors. We are very competitive, especially in the industry, manufacturing industries. The second factor is linked to the environment ecosystem. We're all working to ameliorate this ecosystem. There are some efforts that has been made, but Tunisia has an environment that allowed the foreign companies, especially for automotive component, to invest in an environment, a favorable environment, free environment in the majority of sectors, especially the sector of automobile component. There is no restriction, no authorization is required for the transfer of benefits and dividends, and for the administrative procedures that they are in amelioration. There is a specific law dedicated to startups, and it's an update and very update topics. Tunisia is considered as model for Africa, and it's duplicate. And this law has been duplicated in different countries. It allows the emergence of more than 600 startups, Tunisian startups, and they become actors at the international level. It's very important, and we are thinking right now to ameliorate ameliorate this law, and we're thinking startup act 2.0 law, and presence of the minister. I think we should be inspired by this law to improve the investment law in order to ameliorate the ecosystem of business. For the sector of automotive component, Tunisia has a sector that knew very important growth and continued. The last few years, it's a sector in full development, and the investment in the foreign investment are mainly in the manufacturer one are mainly done by big investment in the automotive component. Tunisia is on the top 3 of manufacturers of automotive. We talked about our previous colleagues has talked about this in the region, North Africa and South Africa, but we should not forget that Tunisia is the 3rd producer of component of automotive and has a very developed supply chain and growing development. Tunisia is also the only country of Africa which is have Tunisian enterprise 100% that they are developed at international level, and some of them are leaders in their domain. It's a comparative advantage for our country. There is also flexibility to follow the international tendencies. Tunisia is following the tendency in automotive components, especially for electric cars and connected cars. There are a lot of advantages to be taken by the external investors, especially the Japanese ones, because we are always in the mindset of take out. I should remind that as a FIPA, we are working with all the ecosystem, the support structure, national ones, as well as the actors in the public sector, especially Tunisia Automotive Association. And we are working also with our international partners in order to promote the potential of Tunisia, and we are ready to accompany the foreign enterprises and to provide them all the necessary information and the idea to explore all the opportunities and help them to invest in the best possible conditions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdel Bassat.
So you give me 1 minute because we have went beyond the time so allocated to this panel. So now I'm giving the floor 2 minutes for Mrs. the President of the panel to close this panel today. Thank you so much. So what shall I say after all these awesome presentation that are rich of information, so in which showing the potential that we have in Tunisia and through all Africa, and I can say that which is something very exciting. I understand the presentation of Mr. Sahbi, why sincerely I'm saying this. So the partnership between Africa and Japan is it's a win-win partnership. It doesn't mean that that the partnerships with the European countries, they are not win-win, but I salute so the representative of JZ, so and I can say that Germany is a very important so a partner. So and if we can have a partnership with Japan and German and Tunisian partnership, so it's to say that it's up to us to work. So we have our added value. We are very well positioned so in the value chain, but what I can say unfortunately is that we need to start practicing so the Tunisian values, and we need to do a lot of things so for the private sector and the public sector, and we can also rely on the PPP so in order to advance so our potential, and mainly, and going back to the pact, which is an element that I saying that it's very important, so we would like to put together, which is convened on and agreed upon so in the pact, and what we can give to the future generation, and also I'm insisting on the mobility. So we have a very important potential so for our youth coming from the university, so coming and start up, and I'm saying I can Tunisia has presented this. That's why I wanted to have the presentation of G-Bridge through GECO, and I can say that we need to have that our companies, they can get together with the startups in order to do the matchmaking, so in order to advance and to have so research. So we have in Tunisia. So let's work. Tomorrow will be better. Thank you very much, Mrs. Leida Gunji, the Minister of Industry and Mines. I would like to thank everybody today. And now I'm giving you Wasim Belarbi for the next panel, which will be on financing and participant financing for the startup at the time of digitalization. Thank you very much.
Bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Merci de vous joindre à nous. Nous allons...
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us in this panel. What's going on? So we're trying to make this panel straight to the point. So this is going to be on the participatory financing of startups in Africa. So I'm going to start with presenting our panelists, Mrs. Najla Gharbi, General Secretary of CDC, Mr. Alexander Alibou, Country Manager of Faplay in Tunisia. Thank you for joining us. We have Mr. Mazen Qasmi, international expert in innovation and entrepreneurship for the program Innovate. And we have Mr. Kamal Wurtingel of we'll have an intervention on line 1, Ishikati Kachichi, Senior Director of Private Sector of IFDP and of the African JICA. I'm going to start right away and briefly in 2 minutes. We'll start with the API. Mr. Kamal Warfili on the participatory financing of startup. I know as API you have a very important role to play in this this matter. Thank you very much. The API is taking into consideration all the contacts and especially during the ceremony of awarding prizes, there is a point that blocks the realization of new startups, which is linked to the access to financing. And from there, we tried to see what are the measures to propose to the governments in order to facilitate access to financing for new entrepreneurship, young entrepreneurship, especially in emergence with the IET. They are created by graduated youth. So there has been a steering committee that gathers all the intervenants and the financing chain and who allowed to adopt, following a study, to propose a new mode of financing, alternative financing, which is the crowdfunding. The classic financing with the banks, the youth have several problems, especially for guarantees. And the second problem regarding the new technology evolution, the bank cadres or the bank officers in charge of these files don't understand, especially the innovative projects, and they have some reserves, and the risk analysis for them is very unknown. That's why they didn't give financing. So the reflections on crowdfunding has been made since 2016, and it led in 2020 and the approbation of law regarding the crowdfunding with the three modes, which are that I'll explain later. And in July there have been some details about this and some annex laws that allows to the new creator of enterprises and new entrepreneurs access to crowdfunding through platforms in order to start working for the financing of innovative and projects. This allow, say, a perfect transition for Mr. International Experts. It has been a while that you are here in Tunisia. What are the principal tools for crowdfunding? Thank you, Asim, and thanks for the invitation. In fact, as Mr. Kamal said, there are three principal tools for the crowdfunding and participatory one as debt and non-investing. So crowdfunding and crowd equity. these three modes or jobs of crowdfunding. When we talk about innovation entrepreneurship, we'll cover each one a stage or a phase of development of the enterprise or the startup. The startups use a lot in order to launch the crowdfunding as we say, a tool that will help them to test the market, test their product, some kind of study of the market, online study market with some close and non-close persons. So it's giving some credibility of the concept of the product they have been commercialized, and this will allow them, if it's functioning on a platform of crowdfunding, it will help them to go further. It's also a guarantee for the banks. It means for later, it's like a guarantee for them, or access to the classical market. So the next phase will take a step of developing of these startups through the classical investment. So then with crowdfunding equity, where the contributors will have a part in the enterprise or startup, or it just state, development state for financing or funding more precisely.
So now I'm going later on to Mr. Koji. So I just want to make sure that he's with us, Mr. Kiji. So he's with us. Now I'm going to see Mr. Alexander Arobiu. So what was the context, the partnership between Tunisia and Japan that had seen the startups, innovating startups? So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and to participate in this panel. So as a main manager, and so with Mr. the general manager, I'm very pleased to be with you today. So I want to talk about a macro plan. So if we look at Tunisia, we have the economical tissue of Tunisia, of the companies. So we have only micro companies or tiny companies. So we can say that in 98 or 99% of the companies in Tunisia, they are SMEs, and it's giving formal opportunities, job opportunities, and we can say that today, when we take into consideration the economical situation that we have witnessed. So after the COVID-19 crisis, and even before this crisis, it is very important to support Tunisia in order to target these companies. And in this category, we have a tissue, a partnership, entrepreneurship tissue, which is very strong and that need to be supported, because this second dimension of job opportunities and support to the economy, and they will create the competitiveness for the of the country. And so regarding this, with Smart Capital and with the CDC, so the general with the general manager, we will talk more in detail. So we decided. So that by the Tunisian government and all the actors, so to put a program that will support the financing and fund creation of for investment. So in order to invest in SMEs, mostly the innovating ones in technologies, and also to bring a support to the ecosystem, which is very good, but that that merit, that deserve to be reinforced. So this is the idea about the project. So it's a project which is inspired from other experiences. So in the region of the North Africa or MENA region. But it's a project in which we are very glad and we are very proud. So we can say that the bank is supporting so other experiences in other countries. So I think we are in Egypt, Morocco, Jordan. So we have similar projects, and think that there are something that we can explore. So in order to promote this exchange of experience between the different countries. So there is so the components. So we have still some time. So for the components of the presentation that we've seen made by Mrs. Nejia. So without going into details, so I can say that we have about 60 million or 70 millions of dollars. So in order to put for the creation of the companies. So for the rest. It's to support so the entrepreneurship environment. So now I will go to Mrs. Nejia Gharbi. So he's the manager of the Office of the Reconciliation. So now we go into details with you for this.
Thanks, Wasim. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for this introduction. To allow me to present my project. So the project support to startups and small enterprises and innovative enterprises. It has been starting with a study which is benchmarked with other projects. And from there, we established a new project and negotiated with the World Bank, and that was the first financing. It was $75 million, and this allows the starting of some component of the project. Next slide, please. The CDC has been assigned by the Tunisian government to manage this fund. It's a 7 years program with the objective to finance the startups and the SMEs, innovative SMEs. Next slide, please. You can see how it's structured here. The Tunisian state has negotiated this contract, the credit contract with the World Bank that has been ceded to the CDC, and it has two components: the financing of SMEs and startups, innovative startups, and the second one is the support to the ecosystem. The ANAWAC funds, which is a fund of 200 million euros. There is a first subscription of CDC to 40 million euros and for the financing of the World Bank, and we hope to have for the first closing other donors, especially the KfW, WW, and the EU. There is also the financing of innovative SMEs. We finance startups, so that also there are the SMEs, innovative SMEs. They are beyond the age of startups, but they need to be, they deserve to be funded. These SMEs, innovative SMEs, are highly appreciated, and there is a support for the readiness of these SMEs in order to realize their adoption. The support to the ecosystem is also structured in two parts. Part for the innovative SMEs, another part for the startups. But for the startup side, there is a part for the SSOs. the support structure of the ecosystem. All the budget supported the ecosystem is $8 million, and the budget for the funds is $70 million. And we had the opportunity to have with GIZ on the part support the ecosystem and its financing. There is a co-financing between the World Bank and GIZ fund budgets for all the mechanisms of financing that they're in place for the ecosystem. So the ANAVA funds is done through two funds, but we have reserved on the budget of the World Bank $20 million for the Parsi state, and we finance up to 75% for the child funds on this component, 22 million for the early stage, and the rest for the late stage with the objective to touch almost 280 enterprise. And as for Innovatec, we had our first subscription for 17 million, and we hope to have investment to have a similar, to have a fund of 200 million. So far we have subscribed for the ANAVA funds. She subscribes to two funds, 216 capital in Silicon Valley. The first one is a fund seed, and the second one is late stage. So the Innovatec funds started to do its first investment. There are 4 funds that have been approved with $6 million, and I hope that the impact will be more important because there is co-financing with other factors, especially the investment funds and the CCARs. As I said, all the program is structured around the support of the ecosystem. We have several financing mechanisms to finance the proof of concept and to finance the go-to-market. And deal is oriented to SSOs. There is another instrument sale that will launch very soon. It's qualification to attain the objective of CXS. So far, we are able to finance 17 startups and 10 CSOs, and every trimester we make a call in order to give the chance to all the startups and the ecosystem actors to get benefit of this financing. This is in general, I'm not going to be late, but what I can add in relation to this, all this has allowed the dynamization of the ecosystem of startups, has allowed to give an impact, but we need more support in order to have the dynamics that we are looking for, and to have from Tunisia a hub for the startups that can be developed even at the international level. Thank you very much. We're going to start from the part of Japan.
Thank you for waiting for us. We're running a little bit late for the panel. I know it's already evening in Japan. Mr. Ishigami Keiji, Senior Director, Private Sector Development Group, Economic Development Department in China.
Director, Private Sector Development Division, headquarters. I'm very honored to have an opportunity to make a presentation of our programs. So I'd like to explain the Ninja program. Ninja is a brand name of our startup support, startup ecosystem support programs. So it means that next innovation with Japan. So for the introduction of our project, I'd like to show you the 1-minute video for the introduction of our project. Please watch it.
La JICA a lancé le projet Ninja, Next Innovation with Japan, destiné aux startups et acteurs du secteur privé dans 19 pays africains ayant les meilleurs plans d'affaires et offrant des solutions innovantes pour contrer la pandémie du Covid-19 et créer de l'emploi. 5 startups tunisiennes ont été retenues pour le financement et l'accompagnement de leurs projets.
I participated in the Ninja Business Plan competition by JICA, and we were lucky to get their support, especially during the hard circumstances of the COVID-19.
Qui nous a permis d'accéder à des financements qui eux-mêmes nous ont permis de développer davantage notre solution.
C'était comme une bouffée d'oxygène qui nous permettait justement de continuer et de croire en ce que nous faisons.
Notre prochain objectif, c'est d'être parmi les principaux acteurs dans le monde des sciences des données et de l'intelligence artificielle.
We can help African people and Middle East people to be closer to the technology, closer to the next world, closer to the future.
JICA continues to support this dynamic sector in the framework of private sector development.
So, thank you very much. As you see that various innovative companies are providing new products and services with digital technologies. So we observe this trend in Tunisia and other African countries. The Ninja project works on the multifaceted support for entrepreneurs who takes on the challenge of solving social issues. So JICA launched the Project Ninja in January 2020. The concept includes creating a new and thriving industries, overcoming the social challenges, and with Japan. So the Project Ninja aims to develop the startup ecosystem. The project promotes startups and human resource, like universities and skill educations, and technologies, incubations and accelerations. And finance, venture capitals and patient capital. And community, hub and information sharing, a government policy and regulation and incentives.
Mr. KG?
Yes. Can you see my slide?
Nope.
No.
And
Sorry.
you,
May I?
sorry, but you still have like 4 minutes, and you're already the one who has the most time in the panel.
Sorry, yeah. I still have 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, we don't see it yet.
All right, yeah.
Est-ce qu'on peut avoir les panels de Monsieur KG? On n'arrive pas à les voir, je sais pas. You're supposed to share them on your screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, we see them now. Perfect. Please proceed.
Oh, it's not full screen.
Like we see, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Many slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
So this is an overview of the Ninja program. So we have various activities like business matching and also promoting a venture investment or impact investment. And also some providing some policy recommendation to function or enhance the ecosystems. I'd like to explain some cases of our Ninja project. First one is a business plan competitions. It's named of the business competition after the post-corona. And the 19 countries of Africa was targeted. So many companies, startups, try to develop the new technologies and in order to solve the social challenges. So we received more than 2,000 companies' applications. And then we selected the 69 POCs. And in the video, you already saw that 5 selected Tunisian companies. This is included. And this 69 companies are conducting the proof of concept with 30,000 US dollars grant. And then we have the final sessions, and the 10 companies are selected and attended, and 8 hours from Japanese companies were provided. Second case is incubation and acceleration programs. In the 5 countries, Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, and Ghana, Ethiopia, we provided these programs. Incubation and acceleration programs consist of the mentoring and networking or instruction and demo day. And the third case is a JICA expert in Nigeria. Mr. Hua, he's entrepreneurial support and innovation promotion advisors. We dispatched to Nigeria, and he works for the Nigerian Digital Innovation Office, and he support to providing some incubation programs and also policy recommendation with relevant organizations. Final one is the enhancing networking. So we provided some in-kind support to counterpart organization, government counterpart organizations, and also startups in Tunisia. They attended an event, African Tech Ecosystem Accelerators, that was held in the end of August. So, and also JICA expert joined the event and also provide some presentation of our project. So we try to enhance the network. So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you.
So we will talk about regarding the funding of the and financing. So I will speak now about what's next. So Mr. Kamal Warfili, so for the funding, so for the text they are here, and all the applications they are here. But finally, the implementation, how will you do this? So after the legal framework, so the IP and its partners, Tunisia Jobs, so FSVC, so all the partners. So we have started an action plan for Tunisia that will allow to make so these operational funding and put it in action. So, and we will go and accompany the regulator. So, and we have structured that they will do the regulation. So in 3 months of financing, the Association of Microfinance, ACM, and the financial advisor. So we have an accompaniment, so in order to adapt the mode of financing. So we have also financing for the actors that are interested, so in and start these projects. So, and we have also raising awareness and communication, so in all the regions, to present this concept for the young inventors. And we have a portal for the core funding that will be launched, and we have also a forum for crowdfunding that will take place later on, so this year. So after the crowdfunding, I wanted to add something. So for the IPI, so we are working on so access to financing for another project, which is Med SMEs of the EU, and we had a survey with many actions. So an action of exchange with the member countries. And it has a regional dimension, so South Mediterranean dimension, and there are many groups that have been committed to it. And among the actions, so we can see what we call so the electronic payment migration to the banks 4.0, and we need to prepare it for the next years. Thank you so much. So now, so after later on, so we have pitcher startups. So I'm asking them to be ready because we will close this panel very shortly. And so now I'm going back to Mr. Alexandre Robiot. So he will be leaving us in a few minutes. So I would like him to talk a little bit about crowdfunding, but regarding these projects, what are the next steps according to you? What are the specific axes of financing? So I'll be talking about, as you said, so we are satisfied of our cooperation of Smart Capital, and we have a very very trustful partners, and I hope that it will continue in the future. So as I said, for the problematic, so it's something very important. Access
So the support the consideration of ecosystem, and at the same time the support to the way to react and to respond to the impact of the COVID crisis. That to explore with other partners, the BE, the FD, the IFDD. I think this is very important things to get with JICA to get into a consortium. So finally, it's also important for us to serve as a starting point in order to allow to the private investors to come here to reduce the risks and to attract them, which is finally the solution for long term. Thank you very much. Thanks. To go further on this. Exactly. We are on financing ACTA, the CDC. We are managing other programs, especially with the AFD for the support of ecosystem, such as the ALIM program and the FAST program. These are programs that have a role to give a chance to the ecosystem that is not able to have access to the financing, such as the startups in the region or the women startups. The World Bank funds within this program. So we're targeting the number of startups in the regions, the number of startups of women, and that constitute a very important challenge for our organization. We just saw in the presentation that the startups in this room. Are there startups in this room? Raise your hands, please. I invite them to visit. I invite you to have a call, to have a discussion with us here. So it's about subvention, about grants, and I hope that there's more startups to have the chance to be financed by these aspects. There is a very diversified offer. All the processes is digitalized to make life easy for startups and SSOs. I talked about somebody who needs some money for prototype, and especially you got this tool. It's 30,000 dinars, sir, and every trimester there is a call, and everybody who apply the first to have a better chance to get rewarded, because we cannot make the list any longer, because there are a committee, international committee that participates in the selection of projects, and we would like that things will go very forward. So I invite all the startups to follow always our calls that we share in our web page. And it's always an occasion for startups to have such financing, give them some breath to start. Thank you very much. And before to closure with you, Mr. Majan, I would like to go back to Mr. Keishi.
Is Project Ninja going to be involved in Tunisia specifically, and in any way?
Yes, it included, and as I explained, that 5 Tunisian company already selected, and then conducted 5 POCs. Conducted 5 POCs with $30,000 grant, and then currently we are considering the new other, the future corporations. But our support is based on the request from the Tunisian government. If Tunisian government would like to have or start a new project in Tunisia related to the startups, please propose it, and then we'd like to discuss it, and then further for the future project in Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. La lourde tâche, c'est à vous.
Mr. Mazen, you have the word to conclude. Just one word. The Innovi has also announcement and promises for the part implementation. Your role, because it's a project that you are supporting, that's strategic. So, what is your role on all this? Thank you very much, Wasim. We're gonna talk about Expertise France, which is the technical agency for cooperation. And that's working with CDC with the projects, projects and startups, but also with our public partners, API, the Central Bank, the different structure on crowdfunding. We talked about ANAVA and the Innovatech. We have participated as Expertise France and Innovi project financed by the EU, implemented by Expertise France. It's a project that is acting in favor of the construction and the perennisation of the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. We supported the structure of Innovatech as well. And with API on crowdfunding, we're working on the operationalization with our partners, whatever API or other donors. We have developed a national action plan, and we help through this action plan to implement or to support the implementing of crowdfunding in Tunisia. There are some challenges, regulatory ones, that we're trying to find solutions through advocacy, but we are supporting this operationalization, and we hope the creation of the crowdfunding association. I'm very optimistic with Mr. Kamal, but we hope from here to several months we can create this professional association that will support the crowdfunding and the operationalization of this tool, which is very important, that will bring a lot for the ecosystem. Bravo for all what they're doing. Thanks to all our panelists for your time. Thank you very much. We're free to go. We go straight away to the pitching science. The rule is very simple for me. I have 10 startups in collaboration with Tunisia startups. I'm gonna call them. Who are not here, I'll go to the next one, and unfortunately we'll be coming back to them. We're starting the pitching session.
Je le dis et je le répète comme ça, c'est rigolo en fait, ce n'est ni méchant ni rien. On appelle les startups ceux qui sont.
I'm gonna call the startups. The startup was not here. I'm not going to get back to them. Sartoun. You have 3 minutes, miss. So the floor is yours.
Dès que vous commencez, le compteur se lance.
Thank you, Wasim. Thank you for everyone. I would like to start or to thank Trinidad Startup for this invitation. I'm Hidayat Ayadi, CEO of Saghartoon. We are a teletherapy for the kids that have having learning troubles. So anyone who has troubles with different his kids regarding his learning procedure. This kids has something called learning difficulties. In my case, it was my sister. Rapidly, 1 kid out of 5 has difficulty in learning, and this makes a lot of kids that they are leaving school. With COVID-19, the therapist has stopped their work working with kids because of the absence of digital tools for this. This is why we created Saghartoon. So we have this platform. You have access to different tools in Arab or other languages that facilitates relevant, save you almost 80% of your expenses. So there is this platform, and you can when you find out and you test if your kids are having learning problems or not. So as I said, 1 out of 5 kids around the world have these problems. We are the only organization who are doing that in Tunisia and the Arabic world. Our business model is very simple. We ask a mensual subscription from therapist. We provide some training for teachers on how to help their students in class. So we have more than 2,000 kids that have discovered their kids in here, and we are expanding in Arabic Saudi. We have some partnership with TopNet, Telecoming, and University Central in order to have our platform accessible for everyone. And our objective is expanding our extension till 23. We're looking, and we need $500 US. And we have secured half of this amount. I'm an IT engineer with MBA in Impact Business. Our co-founder says is a dyslexic kid. We have a team of therapists from different categories in order to work in this project. Saghartoon is the platform that save kids' lives.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. So now we go to the second startup, which is in cars Baco Motors, Boubacar Sial. Baco Motors. So this. So the floor is yours.
I'm Ahmed Saidi, a business developer at Baco Motors. So it all started. Thank you. So it all started when we started examining the last mile delivery services in the MEA region. And we found out that we all share the same problems. First, we have the increasing fuel prices, and it costs you a lot to import a vehicle, and we have high custom taxes. Also, we all share responsibility towards our planet due to the rising carbon footprints. And to deal with all those issues, we decided at Baco Motors to merge first the practicality of the three-wheeler vehicles and the loading capacity of your typical cargo vehicle, and to add to this mix a green source of energy to finally come up with the first electric vehicle in the MEA region. Our vehicle provides you daily with free 50 kilometers with its pre-installed photovoltaic cells. It only takes 2 hours to recharge up to 80%, and also it comes with an integrated rear view camera and with a GPS system that you can use through our MyBaco app to track your fleet of vehicles. Okay, so currently we have three models in the market. First, we have B10, B15, and B20, with an autonomy that ranges from 100 kilometers to up to 200 kilometers that you can buy through cash or through a leasing model or a loan with partnership with one of our leasing partners. We decided also to implement our mobility as a service. Because at Baku Motors, we believe that e-mobility should be democratized and should be accessible to everyone, everywhere in Africa and the Middle Eastern region. So this is a small overview of our key partners. We have Zaytuna Temkin, Assad Batteries, and Bosch, that helped us penetrate the ever-growing electric three-wheeler market globally. We have many segments for our end clients. We have big logistic companies such as FedEx. We have also fast-moving consumer goods and e-commerce websites. We also deliver our vehicles to other NGOs such as GEZ and other big industrial complexes. This is a brief overview of a benchmark of our vehicle. As you may see, it only costs the third of the cost of a typical cargo ship. Its operation cost is only one thing. So time is up. Okay, time is up. Thank you, everyone.
بالله سامحني عيطتولي.
So please, you called me. What did you want to tell me?
كنت تقول لي في حاجه من بعيد. انت عندك الوقت اهو على ايقاع بالضبط. ايوه وتيجي وفين على الموسيقى. وقتك ازرق.
So, would you like to have something? Would like to do something? So, would you like to have somebody to take the meter? Okay, now we go to the next one. Pixie Motors, Mobility, and Esprit. Huh? Okay, let's start.
Hi everyone, my name is Enis P, and this is Kuthai Sherni. Today, we are proud to present you our startup. We are currently facing major challenges in terms of mobility in the EMEA. Economic, where we need to move more and spend less. Ecological, have a clean and sustainable mobility. Social, smart and safe mobility for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the mobility sector is broken. According to statistics, people spend 6 days a year in traffic jams, and it costs a lot. For example, Tunisia recorded a loss of 600 million dinars a year. Did you know thermal motorcycle pollutes 11 times more carbon and 6 times more nitrogen than a new car? For road and security, 3 accidents out of 10 associated with the use of the smartphone and the handlebar. For transport accessibility, 74% of Tunisian uses public transportation, of which 53% are dissatisfied. And last but not least, the average price of the new car in Tunisia is about 45,000 dinars. And don't forget the increase of the fuel in the last 10 years by over 70%. For all these reasons, we saw a market opportunity while preserving the environment. And that's why Pixie Motors is born. It's a smart premium electric scooter. Today, we introduce you our first model, Shadow.
So for the technical specs,
First, what we did was we focused on making it user-friendly as possible. So we installed a transparent windshield for a unique view of the road. We've also lowered our center of gravity for more stability. The battery itself is removable, chargeable in 3 hours in every domestic socket, allowing us to travel up to 120 kilometers in eco mode. The motor itself is in-wheel for more power and ergonomics. We've also been able to track all of our motorcycles through cloud systems with our anti-theft system. The screen itself is another product. It's Android, and it allows us to track the metrics, like the speed, the state of the battery. But we've also integrated an Android software, allowing us to do GPS tracking, navigation, and third app applications. We've also adapted our product for B2B use. So we've accessorized it, but also generated a BI dashboard for fleet management.
For the market with over 1.4 million units, Type 50cc in Tunisia, the market worth $1.2 billion, and Pixie Motors expect to reach, in the next 3 years, $2.4 million with selling 1,000 units. We are for B2B, B2C, and B2G. Sorry for the time.
Bravo! Thank you! Pixie Motors. On va passer maintenant au pitch.
We're going on the pitch. Mike, please.
Zero Solutions, Agritech, yes, 3 minutes. Mettez le compteur. C'est pas vrai. Zero Solutions. Quand vous êtes prêts, vous démarrez le compteur.
Bonjour, merci, je vous remercie pour l'invitation. Je me présente, je suis Yasser Boud, fondateur.
Thank you for the invitation. We start from a problematic or a fact, or there is a lot of problems in the agriculture, and we said some problems could be resolved through technology, and this should be a strategy, not a looks, which is our currency in our company. Following several studies, or more than 400 million agriculture in Africa that they have to buy more than they produce. Because there is 2.5 billion on the African continent and need a lot of food. So there is a lot of challenges, especially the degradation of sand, the climate change, during the lack of water, the lack of employment. Facing these challenges, Africa should produce more, and the only solution is the technology. Why? Because apart this conjunctural and structural problem, there is a big problem of know-how. The African agriculture is not very aware of his job in this new changing context of climate and lack of water. Our mission at Alzara is to digitalize our value chain of agriculture. It's a big word, but we are able to measure, to detect the anomaly, analyze and put into place standards. So we need a lot of captors, we need a lot of know-how, a lot of technology to diagnose and be able to correct, to modify. We were able to do that through our IT development. So we can say we're able to reach to measure how many an olive could consume of water in order to have a good quality and good production. So how to be to access to certification and be more competitive. We have another tool that which is the IGS. It's an assembly of GIS. There is an extraordinary optimization of water quantity and we can detect the any lags and follow in real time what's going on through captors, a lot of electronics, and with these two tools we can talk about digitalized agriculture. We have been launching the research. We launched Atlas.
الزايرة solution.
الزايرة solution.
Bravo. Green Tech إيهاب تريكي 3 minutes. مش إيهاب.
Hello everyone. I'm the Innovative Communication Lead at Human.
Okay, so the idea was inspired from a drive to the desert. We were 6 hours away from any civilization, and yet we were able to find water due to the condensation effect. We were 10 people, 4 days full autonomy, and we had to bring 100 kilograms of water. But when we woke up in the morning, we found that there's water even in the Tunisian desert because of the dew effect. The Middle East and Africa region are home to the driest countries in the world, where 1.5 billion people live. 300 million of those don't have access to clean drinking water, and those who do suffer from inconsistency, bad quality, and unreliability. The citizens of the region turn to the most convenient solution, which is bottled water, and that's a market for $11 billion, growing at 7% each year, except this solution is very polluting and unsustainable. Our mission as Cumulus is to provide water in a more eco-friendly, sustainable way and in a more economical way at the same time. So, with 20 years of experience between the entire team members in sustainable energies, sustainable projects, and water, we have developed a solution that we call the Cumulus. The Cumulus is a solar-powered machine. It is fully autonomous, so you just plug it, and it's able to produce up to 30 liters of drinking water per day, safe for drinking anywhere, anytime. The process goes as follows. The air is filtered, then it's cooled and it condensates, causing water droplets to be created in the reservoir. Then that water is filtered and mineralized, and then it is accessible through the machine's remote control or monitor. We also provide a platform that allows you to monitor your machine, its performance, and predict the upcoming production in the upcoming days to be better prepared. Our business model is B2B focused. We want to help hotels and offices adopt a less plastic policy, but we also want to help NGOs and CSR programs bring the water to the schools and villages that do not have access. Our business model is subscription based, and regardless of where you are, we will always be cheaper and more sustainable than bottled mineral water at $99 per month. We are cheaper than our competition. We produce more water, and we provide a subscription-based model that allows our clients the flexibility they need. We are on the road to attain 20,000 euros in revenue, and we want to be serving 1 million people by the year 2026. We have gotten the water quality and quantity needed, and we are working on our certifications. Thank you for your interest and your attention.
Thank you. This was Cumulus. On va continuer maintenant avec What Now Energy Solutions.
Continue right now. What Now Energy Solutions. 3 minutes for the meter, please.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. Name is Malik Atala, the Business Development Director for What Now. So What Now is an IoT smart energy management solution. Basically, this is to give you a few numbers of what we've been doing for the last 5 years. It's research and development. It's $1.8 million raised since 2018, and it's 1 billion data points collected every month, and it's over 1,000 IoT devices deployed in over 400 sites. We currently have operations in Tunisia and in Morocco. We're very proud to be supported by a number of investors, international investors coming from Egypt, Oman, Norway, Japan, France, Pan-African, and Tunisian investors, of course. We have a portfolio of 40 multinational market leaders across several strategic sectors, going from telecommunications, aeronautics, and I mean, cement plants, just to name a few. So basically, companies and corporations today are dealing in a world where energy prices are constantly rising, where the need to mitigate carbon emission footprint has never been so important, and while at the same time, huge amounts of energy are simply being wasted, and 50% of maintenance activity can actually be cut down. So what now is an all-in-one cost-effective smart energy management system helping these companies optimize their energy usage in order to reduce their costs and their carbon footprint. So it's an IoT solution. We're combining hardware and software. We have smart sensors that gather real-time energy data. We're capable to control and automate loads like HVAC, lighting, and so on. And everything is accessible on a cloud-based dashboard and mobile application. So all of this is to help take control of your energy through powerful insights, real-time analysis, alerts, action, and all consolidated through reports and analytics. Everything's actually powered by a machine learning engine. It's composed of these three algorithms, so anomaly detection, energy disaggregation, and our forecasting algorithm. Basically, it's controlling the whole value chain in energy management, from capture and automation all the way to reports to different stakeholders and, partners. So at the moment, we're serving a number of multinational sector leaders. We're in very different industries. We're working in retail, we're working with banks, we're working with aeronautics, telcos, pharmaceutical industries, cement plants, and so on. Just a quick insight of what we've been able to do with Safran. We're actually we started deploying in a small portion of the factory. Now it's the whole factory and over 20% of energy savings. Great successes with Orange as well, where over 1,900 tons of CO2 equivalent were actually mitigated. That's around 200 US homes. Basically, we're trying to help these companies reduce their carbon footprint by incentivizing them through cost reduction. And it's in that sense that we're trying to make an impact on acting on these three UN SDGs, 7, 11, and 13. So after closing a pre-Series A round start of the year, we're going Series A, so we'd love to connect with any potential investors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. This was What Now? And What Now? Now it's time for Historia, Creative Tech, Houda, Bakir, and probably Jihad Maqni. No? No, Houda? No? Hey, j'ai compris, mais perhaps.
Ouais, mais c'est pas la présentation.
Pas grave.
Désolée. C'est éveillé le bouton.
خذ وقتك. Le compteur ما يبدأ quand vous êtes prête.
Certainly history has been written by great leaders and archaeologists. Yet we're still left with fragmentary information about ruins and debris that are more than dust and ashes. Our mission in Historia is to actually unveil the truth behind jewels of antiquities that used to be once upon a time fascinating and formidable. In fact, Historia is a mobile application recreating cultural heritage sites around the world thanks to new technologies such as AR for augmented visits in real time and real environments, and VR for virtual tours. So within a click, your smartphone becomes your travel back in time machine. Actually, we believe that Historia is a learning tool for modern education. 85% of professors believe that VR can be transformative. It's not about book illustrations or descriptions anymore. Alongside, we are addressing cultural tourism that represents half of international tourism receipts, reaching $200 billion per year, with entertainment and content creation, because we believe in the metaverse and the apps that will reach trillions of dollars in the upcoming next years. So it's going to be the pillars of the economy. We account thousands of cultural heritage sites around the world, so the competition exists. Our competitive advantage relies on automation to go faster and more cost-effective, higher potential of growth, and city-scaled constructions models. Our business model is actually based on revenue share for professionals such as tour operators, travel agencies, tourism offices, art galleries, museums, and educational institutions, and a freemium application targeted to millennials and digital natives for virtual tours. We account partners, promoters, and clients such as Orange, Expertise France, etc. We are now aiming for the metaverse, the gamification, and the NFTs, which are very important. We rely on a team which is very important, composed of data scientists, 3D artists, and full-stack developers. Historia has been founded by Houda Bekir, artificial intelligence researcher, PhD holder, an expert in 3D construction, and myself, marketing expert, and dottoressa magistrale in tourism economics and management. Thank you for paying attention.
Thank you, Historia. We move on now in health tech field with Matt de Pontel. Matt Pontel.
So, hi everyone. I present myself as Jafar, co-founder and country launcher of Med. So, in Africa, we have 3 billion doctors' appointments that are made every year in Africa. From them, 500 million are just in North Africa. This is huge. And the medical appointment is now the big deal for the healthcare. From the other side, we found that the patient behavior is changing. So to book a doctor, phone call is not anymore the first option for the patient. The patient wants to know everything about doctors before going to him, and then he will book. Also for doctors, all is changing. So doctors now are more digitized and familiar with online. And they found that they are closer online to their patients more than inside their clinics, with several touch points and content. So Med, we built the right matching engine. So Med, in fact, is an online platform connecting patients with doctors through several services, mainly to find a doctor. It's an online booking. Patient can ask questions and will be answered for free by doctors. And Med also is a content provider platform generated by doctors. So we have our double funnel matching concept. On the right side, there is the doctor inputs and patient inputs. In order to get the right doctors, the patient will be matched with the doctor skills and to increase doctor visibility. So for doctors, they will have online visibility, 24/7 booking, which is a new experience for their patient. It's a new generation cloud-based agenda for optimal productivities. It's an optimization for the consultation and an online presence managed by Med, and also Med allow doctors to reduce the no-show. For patient, you can find the best details about your doctors. You can select the doctors that fits with your needs to book an appointment with every device, everywhere and everywhere, and never lose the appointment with our reminder systems. So now we are a community of 15K doctors between Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria also. So we are proud to announce that on Med we have one appointment every 3 seconds, and we have over than 70 million visits during the last 3 years. So our patients, they love ZAR, and also our partners. The journey starts 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, when Med was just a directory platform. We fast a quick.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Med.tn, Issam Belhaj. Next AV. Mush next AV. It's my next AV. Next AV? No? Not here? Yes? There you go. Next AV dans la mobilité, Hichem Mokni.
Next AV, mobility, Hichem Mokni.
Sustainable development, operational efficiency, and climate change adaptation. Vital questions for our present and future. And for that, at next AV, we capture, process, and answer. Next AV is a geospatial startup. Next AV is a geospatial startup offering a remote sensing service based on satellite and airborne imagery. A problem with the slide, but I will continue. We help our clients answer questions like where, how much, And shall I be worried about it? Remote sensing data comes in many forms: satellite imagery, high-resolution imagery, thermal imagery, hyperspectral imagery, and we collect also LiDAR data, which allows us to reconstruct the world in 3D. Our main focus is on what we call infrastructure monitoring, like power networks and pipelines. We are speaking about thousands of kilometers, and inspection solely relying on human eye is no longer sufficient. Our solution is to bring a digital copy, a digital twin of your whole assets, thousands of kilometers on your desktop. And rather than scrolling over the data to look for problems, our machine learning model will automatically flag the issues for you. Like a typical problem here, what we call vegetation management, where the trees are coming too close to the power network. Sorry for the animation, is not working, unfortunately. In the case of pipeline, we can detect a variation in terrain level, and we can detect oil leaks and gas leaks. Currently, our services are based on satellite data processing, and to reach a better data resolution, we are preparing an innovative concept based on an ultralight aircraft, where we equip it with a LiDAR system of the heavy class for the first time, thanks to a new European regulation. The market is much bigger. A study in the United States has depicted over than 600 business use cases for this technology, airborne LiDAR technology, with application in infrastructure management, natural resources, and water resources management, agriculture. We have represented Tunisia at the Arab Challenge in Dubai. We got the second position. We are a labeled startup. I'm bringing several years from Germany, working on the integration of several sensors on different airborne systems. And Bilal, our CTO, is a recognized international AI specialist, ambassador of NVIDIA in our region, which allowed us to conclude many partnerships. Microsoft is supporting us with 150K credit in their cloud platform. This was Next AV. Thank you for your attention.
Next, RoboCare. On peut l'applaudir.
Hi, this is Philip, our customer and partner. He has more than 200 hectares in Netherlands, Morocco, and Tunisia. But you know what? He's suffering. Really, he's suffering from the risk of losing up to 30% of his crops due to disease late detection. Now, to protect his crop, he extensively used pesticides that damage plants, workers, and consumers. Did you know the WHO organization estimates that more than 400,000 people die and more than 800,000 people suffer from cancer each year due to pesticides? In addition, he daily performs visual inspection, but this is limited to the ability of human eyes to see in a thin portion of the electromagnetic spectrums. RoboCare solves these issues. You probably know the MRI or the medical scanner, right? We are using similar technologies to scan all the plants. Then we provide farmers agronomic information on the health state of each plant. The farmer can we can alert farmer before the disease spreading and ever before the disease becomes visible. Yes, you can see the invisible. Consequently, we help our farmers to reduce pesticide use, to reduce crop losses. In addition, to improve crop quantity and quality, land efficiency by 30%. We also help consumers providing healthier vegetation. This is the demo of our MVP at AgroGare greenhouses. We start by scanning all plants using our hyperspectral and multispectral cameras. Then we generate our AI algorithm to provide farmers a vegetation map with the health state of each plant. In green, healthy plant. In red, plants with stressed plant. In yellow, plants that need water and or fertilizer. Hyperspectral imaging is relatively a new technology. It only used by NASA 20 years ago. Nowadays, this technology is gradually available in the industry. We are different from our competitors because many of our competitors use the same technology with satellites, with airplane, but all the systems are non-functional inside the greenhouse. We have now 2 years of research and development. Now we have our first customer. We are 6 employees. We are a great team with complementary background. We have an average of, thank you of you.
Thank you. Je vais donner la parole.
I'm giving the floor now 30 seconds to people after. So congratulations to all these startups. So if you remember Mr. Khalil, so who's been present for all this organization. So and giving the floor to this, Mr. Meher Khalil. So just for a feedback how you organized all this. So what I wanted to say is we see here people that can transform Tunisia. So I can say that these startups, so with all the difficulties, they succeed in. I think I have a message. So we need to encourage them. So I hope I encourage that in startup too. So we help these startups to go on. So in order to help them, because when you see what do you have as references, so they are innovating people, and these people they can become another day so icons, and they can be mounted at the billions of dollars. So what I'm messaging for them, so for cooperation, Tunisia and Africa. So let's encourage them. They will show us what they are able to do, and let's succeed together. Thank you so much. So we still have something good in the backstages. So for the people to come join us, so in the backstage we have rock and roll there. So a good friend of mine, because I cannot, so I took her so to be neutral. So now, so I have so in this startup, so I have many friends here. So now we go to Sinoya and Nasruddin, who is with us. So he is hard to beat. Good morning, everyone. So I'm presenting myself, Nasruddin Riyahi, CEO of Sinoya. So I'm asking you a question. So when you get to your office, so in the morning, so you open how many applications? So in order to manage, so the communication in your company is saying 5, 10. So with Sinoya, we started to think about this issue. So since 2019, so the idea of Sinoya is that we can save you time. So in order to go through the applications and windows, so and through one membership that you get, that you can get all this so in one interface. So today, Sinoya help you to communicate in the company and collaborate and organize and connect the existential. So we started from the complexity to the simplicity. So instead of having tools to manage all, which is Drive, video conference, messaging, so and emailing, so we put them all in Sinoya. So here you have the application, so you can connect themselves and you be in a dashboard that are using, so managing all the dashboard, and also it will help you to see all the notifications, so in one interface, and also can you connect all your mails, and so this is the part chart for you and for the people working with you, and you have the agenda and also the drives. So we are in a growth phase. So we have customers and clients in Tunisia and abroad, and we are developing this each day. So all my clients, so they won so many money through this, and we are putting all this in one interface. So today we are an income model of 7 euros of 34 and 19. We could integrate all these integrations that you know, and we are working on the others. So for the next months, so we have a good international market, and with an annual growth of 13%. So we have a direct competitors in USA, and we are distinguished to them so in many aspects. So we are attacking our market on the web, so through partnerships and through some qualified leads. So we have generated all this so in a short time, and we are trying now to have more than 5,000 euros, 5 million euros.
Anyway, I'm sure that among these startups, I believe this one or the other ones, the upcoming icon will be Tunisia. I think one of at least that representative will be in this hub. A big applause for everyone. We go now to the closing session. We'll have some seconds, a musical break maybe. Did you like the beach? We just need the jury. We're just missing the jury here, otherwise we'll have a classification. And these startups are very good and with different sectors. For the following, we're gonna start the closing session. We're gonna announce the laureates of yesterday. We will announce them one more time and to invite them to be on the podium for a photo group.
All the winners of yesterday's competition, and we're going to be asking them to join us for a picture. By the time I'm speaking, I'm for sure not seeing all of them, so I hope they will be here because we're not going to have time. They're going to have to join us quickly on stage for a quick picture with the international jury.
We'll have special prizes.
And also from that it happened already yesterday, but we'll just say it again. Donc on va faire un rappel, et la Fondation Abdel Haddad, c'est juste un rappel, ça a été fait hier. Donc nous aurons sur scène son Excellence
We'll have His Excellency, the Embassy of the EU, and General Director Gharbi, and then we'll proceed to the announcement of the Automotive Hack Africa results. We'll have 6 winners, and with our panelist, Mr. Felix Anderson will be joining us, which is the president of the jury of Hackathon. So it's a whole program. Normally you have anything. There is 2 persons missing. Mrs. Minister. She'll be back.
C'est à moi que vous aurez. Pouvez-vous nous rejoindre dans le panel PDG de la PIB, comme ça on peut avancer sur cette...
Mr. Amr Boujawada, please join us on the podium here. His Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union, Sconaro, Monsieur Peter is not here. His vice, his deputy is going to join us. And we wait for the Mrs. the Minister.
Bon, on va essayer de commencer.
Dans quelques instants, juste une petite urgence à gérer à distance par la ministre. Elle est encore juste à côté de la salle, mais elle va arriver dans...
We're still waiting for Mr. the Minister. She's just close by and we're waiting for her to come in.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre. Merci pour votre patience. Nous allons démarrer notre cérémonie.
Start our ceremony panel of closing right now. So please, please be seated. Please be seated. We will start right now. Thank you. Thank you so much for everyone. So we will start our closing ceremony, and we will start with telling back the candidates for the World Championship of Invention and Innovation. I'm going to call all the candidates for a group picture.
Everyone of the results that were announced yesterday for the International Invention Competition and Championship and the local national competition for invention also. So باش نقدموا الآن ونذكروا نتائج الفائزين في البطولة العالمية للبحوث وللاختراع والمسابقة الوطنية للبحوث للاختراع. كل من سيسمع
Everyone who will hear his name, we hope that everyone will be here. Just get prepared.
لما نطلب منكم للصورة الجماعية.
So I invite you for the photograph. The laureates of the National Competition of Invention is the third edition of National Competition of Invention. So we have the three personal laureate, Mr. Sufyan bin Abdallah, was working on the Roti Saif, Hamadi bin Mim, working on alternator IDs for charging electronic battery. Mrs. Arusi Fatma is for prothesia for legs. The third, the three first winners, laureate Arij Masadi is working on molecules of neovascular irrigation of cancers and different aspects. The second, Ms. Haj Qasim from Technopole of Sfax, working on pharmaceutical solution, and the third laureate, Madam Sam, who worked on bioconsensor. It came from the Technopole of Borsadria. Bravo for everyone. We go now results of the first national championate announced yesterday for the category invention. Madame Basma Haj Qasim from Tunisia, working on a pharmaceutical solution anti-hemorrhage. Yes, the only has won on the national competition. The second place of invention came from Kuwait. The Kuwaitan team, the Kuwait elite. It's a national Kuwaiti elite for aerospace. They worked on a colony on the moon. So there is a lot of IT technology on that. Mrs. Hassa Abdallah Al-Huwaish from Arabic Saudi, who worked on OT of identification of inclination. We go now to the category researcher. And first laureate on the from Tunisia as well. They come from Tunisia. It's team Youssef Ghazi, Adel Mohammed Alimi, Ikhlas Ben Ayed, Sabr Masmoudi, Tariq Mohammed Noumi. They're working on an application of research of images. They did a great job. Bravo, great team. Second laureate in the category of researcher. So the World Championship of Invention is under research, Mr. Fadi Shahrouri from Jordan. He's working on the conception, on the design of something on electricity. Third laureate, we have two persons, Ala Youssef from Jordan, and from Tunisia, Akram Al-Jablawi. Akram Al-Hayoni, sorry, from Tunis, who's working on the development of something about alimentation, animal and human alimentation. It's very promoter for the future. Thank you, bravo for both of you. Let's applaud all the laureates. It was all the list. Now I'm gonna call the jury.
And whoever hears his name, you are welcome on stage. And then, when the jury is on stage, we bring also all the laureates for the different categories. إذا سأنادي الآن على كل أعضاء لجنة التحكيم الدولية وثم سأنادي على اسم الأفضل. مرحبا بكم على الركح، ثم يلتحق بنا الفائزين في مسابقة جماعية مع لجنة التحكيم وكل الفائزين في مختلف المسابقات. Everest International of Inventor لويدي من الأردن، دكتور إبراهيم أحمد، إن شاء الله لاباس، إن شاء الله صحته لاباس، ما كان نجمش يكون معنا، أظن باش يكون ممثل الدكتور سيسامي. تفضل سيسامي، مرحبا بك بحضرتك. كيف هو المفوض للشرق الأوسط عن لويدي. International Federation of Associations of Inventors, Mr. Kamyar Faramarzi. L'Université Paris-Panthéon-Sorbonne, professeur Bernard Fouille. Le vice-président de la Fédération française des inventeurs, professeur Jean-Jacques Franche. Le président de l'Association tunisienne pour les chercheurs d'innovation et la propriété intellectuelle, Dr. Amin Ebreliani. Le directeur général de l'API, il est déjà sur scène, M. Amour Bouzoueda. Le professeur Shedli Abdelli, qui est directeur général de l'AMPR, qui représente le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, professeur Shedli Abdelli, marhaba bik. Monsieur Raja Khmiri, qui représente l'Union européenne. Monsieur Beli.
Representing the European Union, Beli Gharbi representing the IFD, the European, the African Development Bank, Reem Fiel from UNFPA, Shaima Sudiani from CDC, Samia Ben Musa, the guide from Guide, and Neila Shturu of API.
Voilà tous les jurys, s'il vous plaît. All the juries, our jury members. I hope everyone is here. Now I call for all the laureates. أطلب من كل الفائزين أن يلتحقوا بنا. كل الفائزين يلتحقوا بنا على الركع. Tous les lauréats veuillez nous rejoindre sur scène. يلا فريق الكويت في السعودية، تونس، الأردن. كل تفضلوا مرحبا بكم. كل الفائزين. So I ask all the laureates, please, you have 3 stairs. One group can be on ground, one group on the first step, and one group on stage. We can make 3 lines. إذا ممكن مجموعة على الأرض ground floor، مجموعة على الدرج الأول، مجموعة على الدرج. مبروك مرة أخرى، مبروك. شكرا.
Congratulations everyone.
تفضلوا. شكرا. تفضلوا. تفضلوا. شكرا. Nous allons passer maintenant aux prix spéciaux.
We go now to the special prizes.
Un rappel des prix spéciaux, special prizes. Donc nous avons eu hier le prix
We have yesterday a special prize of the FDB. So just a reminder here, yesterday has been Mr. Ziad Hassan. He's present here. I salute him. He's executive, the CEO of Abdulwahab bin Ayed Foundation. I was giving 2 prizes, the 10,000 dinars for the first laureate. Yeah, did you have your check or not? So we're gonna call right away for award by the special prize of the European Union. Before to announce the laureates, I would like to give the floor, whatever here in the Peter.
Sous vos applaudissements, Son Excellence Cornaro.
Stand, Mr. Cornaro, representative of the EU in Tunisia. Thank you very much, Wasim. It's a pleasure to have few minutes here. I'm saying, Excellency, Mr. Minister, Mr. the DG and friend Omar Bouzouaya, my colleague, German colleague, I would like to say good morning and thank you for this invitation. And I'm very glad to participate one more time. Yesterday also in this ceremony, this event that has been gathered during 2 days, the private sector, the academy, political institutions around big projects, innovation and research in Africa. I'm very also glad to have the entrepreneurs, research, Tunisian and from abroad, from all the African continent who has been, who attended this event here. The talents remains fundamentals to the development of our own country and the African continent. Just few words on the absence of my colleague, the Japanese ambassador. I should acknowledge that this Japanese partnership responds to the needs of Africa and Tunisia and others. Japan has supported resilient companies, especially on innovation and research, and something that we totally share with Japan and Germany and the G7 context here in Tunisia and Africa. If you allow me to say that the European Union is committed to support Tunisia in the sector of research, of innovation, entrepreneurship, and to share the culture of entrepreneurships. And Mr. Minister, I am very aware to which point you are struggling for this. This entrepreneurship sector of digitalization constitutes a reality and pillar of transformation of the economy, the social and economic situation in Tunisia. This sector is the expression of dynamism and vitality of Tunisian society, and it is one of the best ambassadors in the international arena. It's also bearing of hopes for thousands and thousands of talented Tunisians. So that we have been we're supporting the first championship of innovation and scientific research. And that's what the European Union has hoped us to support this dynamic and accompany this structure of innovation, of public partnership and economic copyrights. Another action that is terminated now, but our action aim is to support the ecosystem of innovation, the challenges of environment, the quality of the accompanying to the entrepreneurs, and the financing of startups. And here I can see with the efforts with the Mrs. Minister and the other DGs, I'm very proud, I'm very involved to make them one of the strong pillars, although it's not the most important thing for the partnership Tunisian-EU. These challenges are the object of active collaboration with the partners. One of the projects is the one implemented by Expertise France, which is part of the executive parts of the contribution to these prices. I would like also to say that the European Union remains the first partner of Tunisia in the research sector to the horizon of 2020. We will have the occasion with the Minister, the launching of the participation of Tunisia to the program Horizon Europe. That will give us hopes to continue this beautiful collaboration. Last word, the EU and myself as ambassador in Tunisia valorize this strategic mission to make of Tunisia a regional hub of innovation between Europe, Africa and the Middle East, renew its engagement to support it in this dimension. I would like to say Mabruk, congratulations of these winners as a contribution from the EU to this events. Thank you.
beaucoup. Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to come back to the stand.
Nous allons passer au hackathon.
We're going to hackathon.
Nous allons passer maintenant à la partie hackathon.
The hackathon part now, in few seconds. But before that, I would like to give the award to the ICAS DG on the project certificate innovant. And before that, I would like to proceed to the announcement one by one of the Europe. Excellency, would you like to say the names? Europe Prize for the Tunisian inventors. We have
ثامر ذياب. منير بالزرقاء. إيمان حبيري. إيمان خنفير. أريج مساتي. فاطمة عروسي. خديجة جلولي. Musique, s'il vous plaît. Régie. Yes. C'est bon. Alors, moi, je les ai rencontrés. Il y a peut-être Hichem.
I met them. Maybe there is Hisham Turki and Anas from Innovation City. I met them and the artificial intelligence event, and today I have the pleasure to find out that there is always co-founders to encourage them to have their startups, but the particularity of this startup is that has been implemented by the mother and son. So please applaud them. Among the winners of the special prize of the European Union, so he's translating what I just said.
المؤسسي ستارت اب هو الابن وامه يعني والدته فتنجموا تصفقوا كما صفقوا الاخرين الان. شكرا لكم الكل.
Thank you all. So continue our program.
Alors, je vais appeler une femme qui fait...
I call a woman that's working too much for a woman. It's always asked for. There are three persons to talk about. Mrs. Najia Gharbi, General Director of CDC, to give a special prize financed by the European Union of the laureate of 15,000 dinars for every one.
Youssef Rossi, qui gagne un prix de 15 000 dinars.
Youssef Rossi wins a prize of 15,000 dinars, Tunisian dinars.
On va prendre une photo de groupe et ensuite donner la parole. On va donner la parole à Madame Najia Gharbi. C'était juste une annonce. تحبوا تجيو مش يعطيوك شيك توا راهو. يا بس مش حالك. Mais en tout cas, on va donner la parole à Madame Najia ونعطيت لها بالشيك. C'est bon. enfin أميرة هنا. أميرة وين الشيك؟ normalement يجي شيك. بعد بالفار بعد. Allez-y, Madame Najia Gharbi, sous vos applaudissements, directrice générale de la Caisse des dépôts et consignations.
Donc, merci Wissem. Je veux juste préciser que la CDC donc, a décidé de donner ce
To give this prize on the project SME innovant startups in order to participate for their participation in this international competition, especially that we noticed that for the international competitions there is no prize, there is only encouragement. We want to give applause for the international competition, and I hope that we will maintain this attitude. So we decided to share the prize for two laureates for the competition innovation and the competition research. So I hope that we'll participate, will organize the next upcoming sessions with more support to encourage research and innovation and to expand for more countries that has not been taking place, that didn't take place for this was. Thank you very much for SIDAC, for everything you are doing, and I propose to join us for a photo with the laureates and our four panelists, of course.
Ces dépôts et consignations avec la Banque mondiale, chacune se voit attribuer 15 000 dinars. prix CDC sur le projet Start-up et PME innovantes financé par la Banque mondiale. Donc deux lauréates, Madame Yusr Ghozi dans la catégorie chercheur et Madame Basma Haj Qassem dans la catégorie inventeur. Merci à toutes et à tous. Nous allons passer maintenant
We're going now straight away to the Automotive Hat Africa hackathon that took place in the same time as others.
راح يقفوا الكل d'un coup. Yes. Quelle énergie, bravo, bravo. Inch'Allah marboha. Alors,
So, I'm going to start with
citer évidemment tous les membres du jury.
nominating on the jury numbers Mr. Sim Gatta, Monam Habesha from جائزة عبير خالدي,
Monsieur Zefedi Azeli, expert technique, Madame Marie Mamouri de l'API, Madame Imen Jawezi. Je ne vais plus accepter aucun papier sur scène. C'est le شغلة. شكون بعثه لي؟ شكون بعثه لي؟ شكون بعثه؟ علاش؟ يجي خذ الميكروفون. شو اللي حبيت توصل لي؟ ما تحشمش مني ما يسالش، عندك حاجة تحب توصل لي تحب نعطيك المايك؟ هات نقرا هات. نقص معناتها نوقف. سامحوني سيدة الوزيرة. نقبل في رسائل في المباشر. والله أنا معجب بيك يا وسيم. جمالك يعني مجنني. لا مش هذا؟ غلطوا في الرسالة؟ إيه؟ سافا؟ ربي يكمل هالليفل على خير. يا ما انا ما فهمتش، قل لي في ودني قل. شكرا. لا لا سي بون جوست كسرت، انا بعث لك فاتوره ما تنساش. سي بون؟ ميرسي بوكو. دونك بالطبيعه حاب اتاكد احنا قلناهم معناتها اعضاء الجويدي موجودين، قلتهم قبيكه وكرمت حتى رئيس انه مريض وما نجمش يتنقل وفما حتى سي سامي.
So Mr. Sami, maybe you were not with us earlier, so we did. So please welcome the co-organizer of the organizers of the World Championship. Welcome to in our second country, and thank you for this initiative. And I hope that Tunisia can be so in the jury and also be helping you so in the organization. So I have. Do you have a second message or something like that? Can I go on? So okay. As I said, I would like so now I'm calling the head of jury, Mr. Felix Saracine, to join us, the head of the jury. So, Mr. Felix Saracine to be with us on the stage.
Alors, oui, mais c'est normal, vous avez quelqu'un qui... Tout le monde vous a suivi d'abord.
Tout le monde, either you call everyone.
Mais je vous dis qu'il faut aller au... J'ai compris. Bon, c'est très bien. Mais je sais pas c'est quoi faire aujourd'hui, je vous ai dit de venir au milieu. C'est pour vous honorer encore plus. Vous m'entendez bien, non, tout le monde? C'est ce que je dis. J'ai dit, vous pouvez ramener qui vous voulez, mais on va se mettre au milieu pour que ce soit une belle photo.
So here we are here for group picture. So please just to honor you.
D'autres propositions?
Do you have other suggestions?
Alors, moi je vais faire l'essentiel.
So I'm
C'est
going to do the
d'annoncer
main thing. So
les lauréats du hackathon Hack
the
Africa
winners of the
Automotive.
hackathon of
Young people,
Hack
are you
Africa
ready?
Automotive. Are you ready? Yes.
Alors, je vais demander à...
I'm going to ask
Je vais demander si vous pouvez écouter l'annonce officielle
so
des lauréats. Comme ça,
the official announcement of the winners because you were with them. So the official announcement.
Alors, premier
First challenge, so they worked hard. It's important moment for them. So we need to get the opportunities they deserve. So we want, all the winners. So the first challenge, so the holders of this challenge is the CEOs. So it was troubleshooting application, and we will start with the complexity at this level. We have one winner, so in this category. So I'm going to allow myself.
Alors, c'est très sensible.
It's very sensitive. So in all transparency, so the first winner, so we had so since had two. So the first winner, so as it is here, so since the result is the order of the challenges that were not achieved, so it will not be given. So we have only one winner for the first channel. It's Noro Data. Nassim Hamdawi, Bassam Hamdawi, and Frial Hawala.
Pour ce premier challenge,
So for this first challenge,
le trophée par le représentant de l'Union européenne,
so the trophy is given by the
qui va remettre le trophée.
will be given by the ambassador of the European Union.
Merci beaucoup, bravo à cette équipe. Nous allons passer au
Congratulations to this team.
deuxième
So
challenge.
now we go to the second challenge.
Le deuxième
The second challenge.
porteur du challenge.
So the holder of the challenge, Fakama.
C'est autour de la
So
maîtrise des
it's
exigences en termes
around
de
how to
carbone.
master the requirements of the carbon feed, and I will start by the second loader. So winners of this second challenge.
La digital broadcast.
So it will be the digital
Jamili Rassel,
broadcast. Jamili Rassel, Hamdali Hasni,
Mohamed
and
Wesley.
Mohamed Wesleti Mabrouk. Congratulations.
Le prix, le deuxième prix est attribué par Monsieur le Président du jury, vous avez l'honneur de le recevoir des mains du Président du jury, Monsieur Félix Sarrazin. So for the hackathon, for Hack Africa Automotive, we had earlier the first challenge, the first team that went on stage. It was about smart troubleshooting application and it was neurodata. Now for the second challenge, the team you are seeing on stage, it's the second winner and it's Lab Digital Bontaz. Now we're gonna move on with the first winner, le lauréat of the second challenge, du deuxième challenge, maîtrise des exigences en termes
of the second challenge, so of to mastering the carbon emissions. How do we manage chemicals for?
The first premier prix
So the
goes
first
to,
one
est attribué à
goes to
what verse? Elia Kabesi, Semer Kadri, Sheila Khmili, Venice Moala, Moaz Bouchoucha. Mabrouk.
Congratulations.
Le prix est attribué par Madame Léa Gauche, ministre de l'Industrie, de l'Énergie et des Mines. Nous allons passer maintenant au troisième challenge. ثالث تحدي, third challenge. Le challenge est appuyé par Startup Index Actia Africa et Actia Africa, bien sûr.
Actia Africa.
Le sujet c'est
So the
Smart
topic
Assistance Car Dashboard using AI Technology.
AI technology.
Et ici, nous avons
We
une
have
surprise.
here a surprise. So we have for the second, so we don't have two second, so rank, so they are together. So they are together, and I'm going to Bugbuster.
Deuxième lauréat du troisième challenge de Startup Index, c'est Actia Africa, autour de Smart Assistance Car Dashboard using AI Technology. Je propose que le prix deuxième.
Second.
Deuxième sont ex aequo.
So they are.
Merci, Monsieur le Président du jury, de nous faciliter la vie. C'est bien ça, je ne me trompe pas. Deuxième.
So the second. So we don't have a third place. So we have two second places.
Nous avons déjà annoncé Bugbuster.
So we said the Bugbuster, and now we are calling Team CAD.
محمد علي الزرماتي، هيا بن غزير،
أنا بن غزير، ياسين عيال، رنيم السعيدي، أنيس بن غانم.
Les scores de la deuxième et troisième équipe sont quasiment exacts.
So they are.
Décision du jury.
So the decision is to give two
second places. So it's to be fair with all the participants. So for all the teams winners, please be ready after the announcement of this first winner. So for his pictures, so please do come back and all the pros. So please be ready to come to the stage.
Alors, premier lauréat du troisième challenge, Startup Apex et Actia Africa for Smart Assistance Car Dashboarding using AI.
Using AI technology is first winner.
Premier lauréat.
First winner.
Ils sont 5.
So there are 5.
Ils sont H, Arle, Hussein, Rani et Paula. Ils sont Tanom, lauréat du troisième challenge de Startup Apex et Actia Africa. Bravo aux lauréats du troisième challenge. Maintenant, je vais demander rapidement.
Now I ask her very quickly.
Tous les lauréats, ce seraient les membres du jury pour une photo.
All the laureates and the member of the jury for a photo. We have the president of the jury, Mr. Felix Saadi, president of the jury, is working for GIZ. Mr. Simi Kazad, there is also Madame Lamia, Mr. Abeshi,
Madame Enis Sanessi, Fragama, qui ont une challenge, Startup Gate aussi avec le challenge, Madame Elek Chenoufi, Monsieur Seyfouddin Azeli, expert technique, et Madame Aline Marouli de la PI, Madame Imen Jean-Mehdi, également, et voilà. Normalement, j'ai appelé tout le monde. Photo de groupe. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci à Tiko Saha.
Thank you very much.
Merci Madame Tiko Saha. Bravo. Ce qui est intéressant dans ce type d'événement.
What is interesting in this type of event, so there are people who are doing something, or at least they're trying.
Bravo à tous les jeunes.
Bravo for all the youth.
On va reprendre place tranquillement et on va enchaîner avec la séance de clôture.
So we're gonna continue for the closing ceremony and for the closing words, of course.
عندي ليك مفاجأة. بعد ما بعت لي رسالة ما عجبتني الرسالة فأنا قلت تمدحك بيا ومش نجيبوا هدايا تكريم وأنت عارف إيش كنت تعمل. تمام. أوكي. تفضلوا. مرحبا. سيدار. تفضلوا. تفضل.
ساعتين ونص.
Merci beaucoup. Après cette...
Thank you very much. This was awarding of prizes and also
Rien de grave, Excellence. J'expliquais en arabe ce qu'on vient de vous faire. Vous avez reçu un prix de Haïti. Très bien. Alors, je vais appeler M. Amor, peut-être au pupitre, M. Amor Bouzawed, ou quand vous voulez, ou sur place. On va avoir quelques mots rapides vraiment de clôture. Je pense que beaucoup a déjà été dit, donc c'est vraiment des petits mots de conclusion. Voilà.
Merci.
Si on, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. On demande gentiment le silence.
I start first of all to wish a good recovery to Dr. Brahim, President of JOID, the International Organization of Invention, US Invention. She's represented today by Ms. Amina Awis, and I hope that he will visit Tunisia in order to continue our collaboration with our institution. Thank you. My thanks also to the API team, Agence PEPS, who worked since days, months and weeks. The API teams has been working for a long time to reach these moments, to this end of events. Very motivating and very impressioning, with a very big potential in Tunisia, especially the youth, who is full of hope, give us also hope, full of energy, of ideas and creativity. My thanks are extended also to all, not the sponsor, but our partners that helped us to overcome several problems. I'm not gonna name them one by one for not forgetting anyone and avoiding any possible incident. So thank you all for their contribution to the success of this events. I'm not gonna add that we're all hungry. It's time to close. Thank you all for your presence, for your contribution, and especially the press who contributed to communicate on this event and help us to be more seen, and we have communicated enough on this event. Thank you everyone, and see you next time. I hope to be at this level and to ameliorate some mistakes that took place. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Amar Bouzawada, for your closing words. You called Amir Awiz Jaidi, and you asked that will be in Tunisia.
On peut l'applaudir pour l'encourager.
مساء الخير للجميع.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the International Organization for Innovation and Development, I thank the organizing committee for this event. I thank also all the participants and all the delegations from the different Arab countries. I thank again the different international sponsoring parties of this event. I thank all the participants. I thank again the lovely Tunis of ANOVA, and we announce on behalf of our organization that we have nominated the capital Tunis to have the name the capital of the invention and research, and we communicated the UNESCO for this, and we announced through you to launch scientific international encyclopedia to break the rules, break the record, where we're gonna record names of the champions in this championship. And we announced through you today the inauguration of investment fund for innovation, and we say one more time what we said before yesterday, that the application has been opened to host the international event in other countries, this in coordination with the Tunisian government. Thank you for the beautiful hosting. Thank you, lovely Tunis, and thank you for all the participants. Thank you for the API, and we hope further work and further development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Now I give the words to His Excellency, Mr. Feishain from the German Embassy. Thank you very much for your invitation. It's a great pleasure to be amongst you today for this closing ceremony, to see all these talents, this enthusiasm for youth. It's really a pleasure. It's with big pleasure that I join my words to as ambassador of the EU to felicitate Japan and Tunisia in the success of organizing TICAD. It's because of you that TICAD is a reference of international big meetings for development. Africa has ambitious development. Germany is committed to support the African countries in their supports and its politics of actions. Germany is focusing on sustainable development, creator of employment perspective, especially for the young generations, to support the economic growth. Germany encourages the private sector to realize sustainable objective in Tunisia, which of one launched in 2017 through the initiative Invest for Jobs. We are developing jointly with German investors, European and Tunisian partnership projects for employment and innovation. In this context, the two projects of GIZ in Tunisia to promote sustainable and dynamic development in the automotive sector, and aeronautic, as well as in the technology 4.0 and the artificial intelligence. And this is exactly in this logic that the event Tunisia TICAD 2022 for and innovant startups, especially in the component of automobile, etc. So we are complementary. I'm convinced that all together, uniting our efforts, we are able to progress Africa in sustainable development and inclusive one. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Felchen.
Mr. French and the representative of the German embassy in Tunisia. So now the floor is to His Excellency Konavo, the ambassador of the EU to Tunisia. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Mrs. the Minister. I had the opportunity to say the words and to say how we were glad to be associated once again and to engage mutually in this partnership. So all I want to say is that also for the I would like to congratulate you everything. So and thank you to everyone. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now the floor is to Mrs. Naila Gonji, the Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. And your applauses, please. I'm going to speak in French. So first, I will say that unfortunately all the good things need to have an end, and we are reaching the end of these two beautiful days. And I would like to thank all the organizers, but I'm saying all the organizers, and they will know themselves because they did an exceptional job, and also the partners, so the technical partners, financial partners, so the environment of TICAD, and our Japanese partner, so in the TICAD 8, so they allowed us and to boost out for the organization of this TICAD innovation that we hope it will be a recurrent event. I would like to thank all our European partners, Germany and all the others. I would like to thank all our brothers, countries, so from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. So it's giving us good things so to see all this potential and all this real image that we are giving potential of the youth and our startups in thematics which are accurate and delicate and rich of content. So whether in what comes to research, innovation, and potential of startups. I can say only thank you. We need you, and carry on, and we will win together. So now I'm going to switch in Arabic. So do you need me to switch in Arabic? It's okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that Tunisia annually, so we were together. So in order to organize in our capitals this event, so I heard in the pitch that we need to have a win-win partnership, and put my umbrella and hat of minister that we will announce some charts for the Tunisians and to boost and advance all the potential of collaboration, because it's with the public and PPP that we will win. So before ending, so saying goodbye, I would like to put have a message to from the head of the government. And she was with us, and she was. And she wanted to share with us the pictures of earlier, and she asked me to all her support and the team, and she's assuring you that we will have a startup day with her. So in order to share your innovations, your desires, your vision. And I'm reiterating what's been said by Mr. Nimbata. So I have a vision, a strategy, and partnership, and that we will win. And please, so I'm going to take the place of Wasim to remember and to call all the team of IP, so AP that worked so during months and months, and I know because I was following them and to share with them so the difficult moments of organization. It was a big challenge. So I would like to thank AP. So it's the home for innovation. Thank you so much.
Sans exception, toute l'équipe de l'API, s'il vous plaît.
All the AP team, so please come on over to the stage. Mariam.
On peut faire... Non, il y a 3 rangées, s'il vous plaît. Pas forcément, il y a 3 rangées. Donc, sur Al-Qa'a, première marche et sur scène. Voilà. Quelle belle équipe, on peut leur rendre hommage. Le moins qu'on puisse faire, peut-être, c'est les applaudir. Je salue également tout à l'heure Monsieur Amor l'a fait dans son discours. Il a salué l'équipe d'organisation de l'API et il a également cité l'agence d'organisation PEPS et toutes les équipes. Vraiment bravo. Ils ont tout chapeauté avec l'API de A à Z. On peut les applaudir. Bravo PEPS. Bravo Haitham, toute l'équipe. Olé. Toute l'équipe. Aïe abd يخدم توا في PEPS يعملوا en même temps. باش تفهموا ils sont combien. 1, 2, 3 PEPS. Ils sont partout. سمعتوهم partout. Bravo. Alors, justement, En parlant de PEPS, il reste une dernière séquence qui dure 1 minute. Alors, je vais demander à tout le monde de reprendre place dans la salle. Merci beaucoup. Alors, moi je vous dis merci parce que c'est la fin. Donc après ça, je ne vais plus rien dire. On va tous partir pour un lunch break. Donc merci beaucoup. Bravo à toutes les équipes. Et je vous laisse avec ce dernier film. Je vais demander le silence dans la salle, s'il vous plaît.
Nous avons d'un côté le Japon. 10 000 années de civilisation, un exemple mondial d'innovation, un développement souvent en action. Parti à la rencontre de notre beau continent africain, parti à la rencontre de son savoir-faire ancestral, de ses compétences, de sa technologie d'aujourd'hui et de demain. Et c'est objectif atteint. Tunisia TICAD s'en vient.
Pour ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore compris, je vous annonce officiellement la fin de la TICAD 8 en Tunisie. Bravo pour tous ceux qui ont participé à l'organisation. C'était le dernier side event de la TICAD 8 en Tunisie. Je vous dis à très bientôt à toutes et à tous. Merci.